Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
To the west, and you and everyone you know are dead. All of you. Because you can't survive it. It's not possible unless you're very, very lucky. And your kids die too.
We're live?
Yes.
We're live. Where is everybody? There's only like one person here.
You just gotta wait, Gene.
Did you share out the stream?
I did, Gene.
I don't see the... Oh, okay. You did do the ad, everyone.
Patient.
Be patient.
Wait for the people to arrive.
Where's all the people that were watching you? Did do the ad, everyone.
I sent them over here. Just chill out, Gene. Don't start every show like this. Timmy, isn't this unprofessional of him to start shows like this?
Well, everyone, sorry I missed last week. Had a really bad fever and everything. But, I was all bedridden, but I spent all my time reading about what's going on in Israel. So I figured that last few streams we had a difficult time getting to all of the Israel-Hamas sort of conflict content. So I figured that this stream, that's what we'll focus all our energy on. Because I think people are missing the fact that we haven't really been focusing on this kind of material in a while. Don't you agree, Shad?
This is what the people miss, Jane. This is what they love. War and murder.
Young-minded. Disappointed. Well, anyway, where's... Damn, slideshow. Israel-Palestine conflict. I probably should have gone over this. I finished this, like, mostly yesterday. Didn't go over this before the stream. Probably should have. Okay. So, what have you retained from the last few times we've covered the Shad?
There's people that are dying.
Exactly. Good job, Shad.
Yep. You're welcome. There's some sort of terrorism group. They're up in Palestine being wiener butts. And then the one place is all mad about it. Okay. They're all mad.
They're butting heads at that other place.
That other place, Singapore, whatever it is. And Singapore is bombing Palestine. Is there enough of this? What?
Palestine's made up of the West Bank and Gaza. So
True.
We've gone over this before where like 15,000 people per square mile, one of the most densely populated places on the planet. And Israel so far hasn't been going about any sort of like cadence or due diligence when it comes to conducting airstrikes and artillery strikes, resulting in apparently the last few weeks that the dispute's been going on. There's been more civilian casualties that have died from their airstrikes than all the civilian casualties from U.S. airstrikes throughout the entirety of the Afghan-Iraq war. And that went on for like a decade and everything. So casualty counts really piling up. More and more war crimes are starting to surface from the side of Israel and what we're seeing with the IDF. So again, Rhode Island, the smallest state geography-wise, has a surface area of 1,540 something square miles, population of 1 million. Gaza has over double the population with a 6/7 of the overall surface area. Or no, probably like a 10th of the surface area. So, yeah, a lot of people don't really consider the, I was looking at the kilometers for Gaza and then the miles for Rhode Island first.
Wow,
but
what an idiot.
But yeah, so if you're going to conduct airstrikes and stuff, when Hamas, they're pretty much all in the tunnels underground. So it's like you're probably not going to be eliminating too many of their forces. So pretty much the majority of the people that are going to suffer are going to be civilians. So day 69, the Israeli genocide war in the Gaza Strip. So currently 24,711 casualties, 9,643 children, 3,109 women, and 22,901 civilians. Now, the thing is that, even if Israel's best, or based on their claims, how they've crunched the numbers, they try to claim that all adult men or even men that are 14 and up are Hamas militants. Even by doing that, the range is something like 60-something% of all the casualties are civilian casualties from all their airstrikes and all their operations. So they're trying to, they're definitely trying to manipulate the data by claiming that, all the adult men are Hamas fighters, which is bullshit. But even if that's the case, it's still their operations are still resulting in mass civilian casualties. So far, 286 schools eliminated, completely destroyed buildings units, 62,990 partially destroyed buildings, 172,055, 83 killed journalists, 501,112 injuries. And when you think of injuries, we don't know. Some of them could be on life support. Some of them could be chronic injuries where they suffer severe brain damage, lose all their limbs, or they're blind and deaf. So
they could have just stubbed their toe.
Well, there's that, but a lot of times when you see injuries, a lot of people don't really think about that a lot of injuries are pretty significant. So now there was only 2.4 something million people, and 1.85 million are displaced. That's the majority of their population. So 140 destroyed, damaged press headquarters, 142 damaged mosques, and 3 damaged churches. I mean,
okay, now this is fucked up. Okay, now this is... I'm not gonna stand for this, Gene. All that other bullshit you said, whatever. But fucking 3 churches? I don't know what a mosque is, but 3 churches?
It's like a church.
Are they not actively hitting churches for a reason?
Well, there's less churches in Gaza because I think something like 8% or 10% of Palestinians are Christian. I don't know what the percentage is in Gaza compared to the West Bank, but there's going to be a lot fewer churches because most Palestinians are Islam, or they're Muslim. So, 446 targeted health staff, 210 deaths of health staff. Now, you think about it, doctors, they need 10 years of college, kind of hard to come by. So you start killing dozens of fucking doctors, I mean, that's a fucking problem. Especially once you get into the certain specific fields that they may specialize in, like heart surgery and stuff, where then finding specialists in that area, the numbers get even more rare and the parameters narrow to a much more extreme extent. So it's here, people don't consider that, where just a handful of doctors dying could result in like dozens and dozens of people dying because they just don't have the people to go provide the operations necessary. So here we go. So here's one article. Israel is clear on its genocide aim, but will the ICC act? So this is from the People's Dispatch, a human rights organization. Thousands of people still missing and trapped under the rubble. So that's another thing. So you look at how many people are injured, and those could be injuries of like people being quadriplegics for the rest of their life, losing all their limbs, being blind, deaf, having severe brain damage. But then there's thousands of people that are just trapped under the rubble. And that's the thing. Like, you're missing a relative for days. They could be dead. They could be in some hospital somewhere. They could be, I guess, imprisoned by the IDF, or it's like they could be trapped under rubble and then they only have like 1 or 2 days of air before they die. So you have that ticking timer. So over 1.8 million people, or almost 80% of Gaza's population, has been forcibly displaced. Israel has destroyed at least 60% of all housing units. So they don't really. So once they're done with this war, they pretty much obliterated the entire like infrastructure of the region. It would be like if you just leveled like pretty much an entire city. It's like there isn't really much to go back to. And then because they're walled off from the rest of the world, and Israel has kind of turned Gaza into this giant prison where that's been like an incredibly significant issue with like Gaza for the last few decades, is getting supplies in and out, because they have a very slim border with Egypt. But besides that, they pretty much are completely walled off by Israel. Israel can cut off power. They can cut off plumbing at any time. And you think of once this is over, what are they going to do? Because like pretty much most of their 60% of all their housing units and facilities have been destroyed. Look at just most of their schools, hospitals, everything have been destroyed. So it's probably going to be hard for them. They were already in a very fucked up situation before. So it's probably going to be a lot harder going forward. So the prices of what little is available have skyrocketed. So here's where inflation runs its course, with wheat flour prices rising by 50% and fuel by 500%. So this is kind of like, remember like we covered the story with Yemen? And this is kind of a good parallel because Saudi Arabia enclaves Yemen in the same way Israel kind of enclaves Gaza. And Saudi Arabia has currently been at war with Yemen. And who is a big backer of both countries, Shadisky?
Yemen and what?
No, Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Us, we love them.
Yeah. So we love to support them, but
I didn't
Saudi
know
Arabia,
Saudi Arabia. I knew Israel.
You gotta pay attention more, Shad. Well, Saudi Arabia, like, remember that story we covered? It was like a year back, where because they're cut off, there's like a huge famine and food shortage, and a shortage of like services like medical care. And because of that, they pretty much can't get supplies into the country. So because Saudi Arabia isn't allowing like any trade to come through. So they're pretty much holding them under this like kind of medieval style siege. And we're supporting two countries that are engaging in the same kind of, I guess, human rights violations.
Palestinians like these are spending hours and even days outside UNA distribution centers in Gaza to get whatever food they can. But often, they're disappointed.
I came at 6 in the evening, waiting at the agency store, waiting. My children are starving. We can't find even a bite of bread. Our children are suffering due to the lack of bread and the lack of food. We've been told that we would get flour and bread, but that was not true.
The United Nations says no bakery has been active in the northern Gaza Strip for a month due to a lack of fuel,
that's like,
electricity, water, and...
A year ago when when Saudi Arabia was holding Yemen, under siege doing the same thing. They had these giant warehouses that were just full of weed and flour, but it all was like spoiling and going bad because they just didn't have the resources to do anything with it, to cook it, prepare food. So the small amount of supplies they did have, they just couldn't do anything with it because of a similar situation like this.
And flour. Others have been destroyed, along with farms and food shops. Starvation and illness is spreading, and the World Health Organization says more people will eventually be killed by disease than by Israel's bombardment.
The diseases, the pain.
So the president of Israel did state that all Palestinians are partially responsible. So you got to keep that in mind. More of these like cases we go over.
Health isn't good. He's eating himself out. This isn't milk. This is basically water with a spoon of powder. Even less than a spoon. Anything, so it just smells like milk. Just so I can trick him into thinking it's milk.
The UN has called the level of aid being allowed into Gaza completely inadequate.
Now, if children that young, babies and stuff, aren't getting the nourishment that they need, even if it's just like a few days or a few weeks, that can cause really significant long-term effects on their like neurological development. So people don't pay attention to that, where even if the kid isn't like dealing with the long-term consequences of like all the trauma that they deal with, they're not dealing with any long-term consequences of serious injuries, there's probably going to be a lot of kids that are going to grow up and have a lot of like learning disabilities and developmental issues because at a young age, they just weren't being they weren't being properly nourished at a very crucial stage of their.
There's like, it's the United Nations that deals with like war laws, right? Laws on when it comes to.
They're one of numerous they're supposed to be the big international organization that deals with war crimes.
It seems like that should be one of the lines that's drawn with it. Is that, I mean, if it's not, is that like that?
Well,
like,
here's the
it makes
thing.
sense for like it's still fucked up and stupid for two countries to send a bunch of people to kill each other and stuff, and it's just, war is stupid, but it's crazy when it turns into something like this where they're just killing babies and stuff, and that's where there should be some sort of line drawn. If there isn't one, is there some sort of line about war when it comes to kids being killed?
This is how the UN works. You have the Security Council, which is pretty much the unit or the branch in the UN that has pretty much all the like most of the power when it comes to getting stuff done. So the way it works is that you got to have a majority vote if they want to get anything done, like send aid to a country or pass some kind of international like accord or policy. But there's 5 states that make up the Security Council. Do you know which 5 states those are? And we've gone over this before. Russia, China, the United States, France, and the UK.
Oh yeah.
So if just one of those states vetoes a like policy or some kind of like agreement, then it doesn't go through. So who do you think is vetoing things on the behalf of Israel? So out of the 5 countries on that Security Council,
us.
Yup.
Are we the only one?
A lot of these policies, that's the case. There will be policies where it's like there's 100 and like 80 something members of the UN, and there's scenarios where like 170 something where all countries except Israel and the United States veto the bill or vote against it. If the United States didn't vote against it or veto it, it would be just like all countries on the planet.
You think it's
except
just
for
because
Israel.
of stupid religious reasons why this kind of thing happens?
No, it's not religious reasons why the United States is doing it. They're doing it because of like capitalism, the military-industrial complex. It's just having
we got oils over there.
Yeah, oil, money. So it's the same reason why we like defend Saudi Arabia or turn the other cheek when Saudi Arabia engages in like the war crimes, human rights violations that you see with Yemen, it's because we want that sort of foothold in the region. And Biden, like they've deployed multiple aircraft carriers to keep like Syria, Jordan, other like neighboring like Arabic countries from intervening. So they're there as a deterrent to allow Israel to just go in and have some fun and do their thing. So that way it doesn't turn into like a multi-front war. Yeah.
It's a little bit off topic, but on Tropico, they should allow that where you can put like an oil refinery in another country or whatever. You got to keep good relations with them. I don't think you can do that on there. That would be cool.
Great input.
Yeah. See, Gene agrees.
Where's Missy?
I'm trying to get that bitch up in here, yo.
Yeah, but the thing is
she's coming, she says.
With the UN Security Council, one thing you'll see is like China.
Yeah.
The reason why Taiwan isn't a recognized state is because Taiwan always vetoes their like acceptance into the UN. Same thing with the United States. The reason why Palestine or Gaza aren't considered their own nation state or country within the UN is because when they try to apply for like a seat in the UN, they are like it's vetoed by the US. And if the United States didn't have vetoing power, it would be all countries on the planet voting to accept them into the UN and recognizing them as a sovereign state. And it would be pretty much exclusively the United States and Israel voting against it. So the United States has gotten its hands dirty and has like drastically interfered with like Palestine gaining any semblance of like independence or acceptance as like just a sovereign country in the world stage.
And Oxfam has accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war. Medics say for very young children, the effects of malnutrition...
So this is like, oh, here we go. They're going over what I just said.
And a lack of sanitation can quickly turn fatal.
My children are dehydrated.
Oh yeah, and like their immune systems are very poor when you're younger. So that's why like the child mortality rate was really, really high prior to the modern age with the antibiotics and vaccinations and everything. The reason why the life expectancy used to be like 30 was because the likelihood of you dying before you reached like pre-adolescence was really, really high. So once we had antibiotics to prevent that from happening, it's like the life expectancy went up to like something like 70 because you were easily like capable of like living to, it was very plausible and likely that you'd live to be like 60 if you made it to like early adolescence prior to the 20th century. So here, this scenario where it's like, yeah, they're cut off from any sort of like medical supplies. They're held in close quarters. They're held under like these medieval style sieges. So all of these kids that get sick are probably the likelihood of them dying from just infection is really high. And if they don't die, then like dealing with some serious sort of infection at a young age can cause a child to develop significant neuropsychiatric disorders. So that can also interfere with their like neural development.
There's no food. We were displaced by war and came here, and if we were to stay in Gaza and die, that would be better because there is no food here. One of my children has lost 7 or 8 kilograms.
For most Palestinians, the horrors of...
And a kilogram is like roughly 2.2 pounds.
Whoa.
Israel's war on Gaza are unbearable.
Whoa.
Humanitarian...
That's just more weight than I was expecting that his kid lost.
Yeah.
Workers describe them as apocalyptic. Julie Dager, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to...
What was that kid doing?
Trying to drink mud, it looked like.
Yeah.
This is... Yeah, it's... Why can't people just do, like a pokey battle or something to settle our differences, you know, Gene? Like chess or something? Why can't we just do that, Gene?
Because people just want to have their way, and if you lose, like, let's have a I don't know, trial by combat or something. I think if they tried to resolve disputes that way, they just wouldn't take the loss. And it's like, hey, we got more planes and guns and weaponry.
Yeah. It's lame. What a bunch of jerks. They must have small peepees.
So hilarious, Chad.
So, all right, what's next, Gene?
U.S. officials privately raise fears of Israel-Gaza conflict sparking a broader war. So the key points in this article are U.S. officials fear Israel wants weapons to fight in Lebanon. So the thing is that this is something where the U.S. or like Biden, the Biden administration isn't being very honest, because we're claiming that, hey, we just want to like mitigate it as much as possible, make it so it's just a war between Israel and Gaza, or Israel and Hamas. But the intelligence shows like that they know that they are planning to attack Lebanon as well. So if they do attack Lebanon in the future, it kind of shows that, you know what, the United States kind of allowing it to happen. They're selling weapons to them, and they know that they're planning on attacking other nations outside of Gaza. So that's something where, you know what, Biden's kind of a scumfuck. Israel won't share plans with Biden or admin or Congress. Biden administration. So they're not being, the United States isn't being honest about what exactly is going on, because they know that Israel's like not sharing information with them and is being obstinate and everything like that. But again, we're still selling them weapons and everything, even though they're not really providing us with the appropriate amount of information if you're going to engage in these kind of weapon deals. And then ringing alarm bell more than they. So all of these international aid organizations like the Red Cross and everything are kind of showing that like plenty of human rights violations are taking place throughout Gaza. People just getting like, there's one story where there's this old lady where IDF sniper killed her. There's this one journalist where they just targeted his home and bombed like the second floor that he was on with his like it was something like it was his sister and their children. And it's like they are straight up killing citizens. And like there's plenty of data that shows that these are targeted attacks against certain like academics, certain journalists and stuff that write that write like certain articles and stuff criticizing Israel. So they definitely are not. They are putting a lot of like effort into not just fighting Hamas, but also committing genocide, killing the just the civilians indiscriminately. State Department approves the sales of tanks, ammunition to Israel, and a deal that bypasses Congress. So there you go. We know that they're not sharing the appropriate amount of information with us, and yet and then the Biden administration just did something that, so like they could impeach him for this because he's selling tank ammunition and he didn't get Congress's approval. So this is a scenario where is Congress just gonna like turn the other cheek and just let it happen? So that's the problem. They can only hold him accountable if they want to hold him accountable. So that's another wonderful like realm of politics. It's like something can be illegal, but you kind of have to find the authorities that are actually willing to hold the person accountable. So it's kind of like with the Supreme Court, where they can do shit like that, where even if it's pretty evident that they could sit there and say that, hey, not being allowed to punch your kid in the face is against freedom of speech. And even though that makes no sense, it's like they get to interpret the Constitution, so they could probably interpret it however they want. If they want to be dishonest, they probably could. So that's one element of politics a lot of people kind of overlook. So here's in the eyes of an orphan in Gaza. So
the hell is this? Uh-oh, disturbing images.
You don't have to search for tragedy in Gaza. It finds you on every street, strewn with trash and stagnant water, desolate and foreboding.
So we've just crossed the border into southern Gaza. This is the first time we've actually been able to get into Gaza since October 7th, and we are now driving to a field hospital.
Israel doesn't really want journalists to get through, and I wonder why.
If I went to a place like this, I'd have to bring a bunch of
until now,
water
Israel
and
and
food
Egypt
with me to
have made
hand
access
out.
for international journalists next to impossible.
You know, like how can you pass all these people and not want
They probably do, but
yeah, I hope so at some point.
But the issue is that they're going through security checkpoints, so if they have a backpack or some kind of cargo with a bunch of like water and stuff, they might be told by the IDF, like, oh no, you can't take that in.
Yeah.
And the Israeli military says it has hit.
And the other issue is you're talking about bringing like water and stuff. Like you can't really bring fluids on a plane. So if you go on an airplane, it's like you can't even bring like shampoo, a water bottle like this. They'll tell you have to throw it out. So
you can bring drinks on a plane.
No, you can't.
I did.
Did you?
You can bring a small amount. You can't bring a large amount.
Yeah, they allow you to bring drinks on the plane as long as it's
maybe
something
like a can of soda, but it's just if you try to bring something like the size of a water bottle, like 16 fluid ounces, they won't let it on. So the proportions that you're allowed to bring on in terms of fluids, like that's why they sell.
When I went,
what did you bring on the plane?
A couple of drinks or whatever, and guy next to me had a big drink thing too. Like I don't know, they what it is they won't let you pass the security check with it, but they'll let you on the plane. I think with almost like everything that is in, like, or a lot of the stuff that's being sold before you get on your plane. You don't know nothing about flying.
If that's the case, then you're allowed to have like 2 carry-on items.
Yeah.
So if you don't put things through like checking or whatever, you have one bag that you can put.
Whatever. I just want to give these people water and food, Gene. Okay.
Oh, there's a lot of things that would interfere with it.
Gaza with more than 22,000 strikes. That by far surpasses anything we've seen in modern warfare in terms of intensity and ferocity, and we really, honestly, are just getting a glimpse of it here.
Despite Israel's heavy bombardment, there are people out on the streets. A crowd outside a bakery. Where else can they go? Nowhere is safe in Gaza.
Used to be a stadium.
Arriving at the Emirati Field Hospital, we meet Dr. Abdullah Al-Nakbi. No sooner does our tour begin when
our ambulance. That's a real life.
And this is what you hear all the time now?
Yes.
What the fuck?
At least 20 times.
What's that?
At least 20.
It was just such a casual thing to happen, and you could see like the smoke or debris going up.
Yeah, they get kind of desensitized to it. So you'll see in these war zones where people are just going about their day and they can get struck by some artillery any moment, but
20 times a day.
Maybe
nothing you can do.
I think we get used to it.
one thing none of the doctors here have got used to is the number of children they are treating. The UN estimates that some 2/3 of those killed in this round of the conflict.
You think?
Yeah.
You would think that the doctor guy would want to go and look at the area where that just happened to check if anybody's hurt. But I don't know. Whatever. I'm just.
They may have, but
I don't know. It's his idea.
You can only. Yeah, but they can only help so many people at once. So when there's people in need of urgent care there, it's like wandering off where you don't even know whether somebody is in need saying, and if they are, then there's personnel that are supposed to take them to like the medical facilities. So
yeah, there's probably people that are.
It's logistics.
At the, dude, you're logistics.
Conflict.
Missy was here. She'd agree with me.
8-year-old Janan was lucky
Where
enough
is she?
to
She flaked out on
survive a
us.
strike on her family home that crushed her femur but spared her immediate family.
Ooh.
She says she's not in pain, so that's good.
Her mother, Hiba, was out when it happened. I went to the hospital to look for her, she says. And I came here, and I found her here. The doctors told me what happened with her, and I made sure that she's okay. Thank God. They bombed the house in front of us and then our home, Janan tells us. I was sitting next to my grandfather, and my grandfather held me, and my uncle was fine.
Again, the quote. All Palestinians or all citizens of Gaza are partially responsible for electing Hamas as their leaders.
Who are you quoting when you say that?
So he is
that was the president of Israel.
Oh, what a penis sucker.
I just said that earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The last few streams where we've covered it.
I remember you saying the quote, but I don't remember who said it.
the one who took us out.
Stop it.
I forget the president's name. The prime minister who has pretty much most of the power is Benjamin Netanyahu. But I forget who they're...
Netanyahu.
But Dr. Ahmed Al-Mazraoui says it is hard not to.
I work with old people, like adults. But with children, no. Something touching your heart.
Touches your heart and tests your faith in humanity. As we leave Janan, Dr. Al-Nakbi comes back with the news of casualties arriving from the strike just 10 minutes earlier.
We just crossed. They will send right now 2 amputated young male from just the bomb.
Organizations like the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, that are trying to give aid. And Israel's been trying pretty hard to prevent them from actually getting into Gaza to provide aid to the citizens that are there, even though there was supposed to be a ceasefire in order to provide the citizens with aid. They still did not really abide by the agreements of the ceasefire, and they definitely obstructed these organizations' ability to actually get in there and provide the additional services needed.
From the Qasf we just heard, from the bomb we just heard?
This is my understanding.
Okay.
They will arrive to our red areas.
A man and a 13-year-old boy are wheeled in, both missing limbs, both in a perilous state. What's your name? What's your name? The doctor asks.
Missy's here.
Provided by the paramedics.
Is that Missy?
She's here to yell at you.
She is, yeah.
Oh my God.
Have you been keeping up to speed and everything with the the Israel-Hamas war?
I guess as much as anybody else has been. Whatever's on the news. I'm not researching it in depth.
Yeah, not like
That's
you,
what you're asking
Gene.
me.
Lots of people are dying. It's not good.
I know that part.
Yeah.
Timmy.
What?
I'm not actually
say hi to Missy.
watching it.
Hi, Missy.
Hey, Timmy.
Hey.
Has everyone retweeted it out? Where is everybody in the video or in our stream? Well, there's 4 people watching. Numbers usually aren't this low. Bill Hicks, Timmy.
I'm on stream and I've had a lot of vodka, so it'll probably bring
Gene, you should drink some vodka too. I'd like to see you on some vodka.
Well, I did take a caffeine pill and a B12 shot, so hopefully I will kick in.
That is the exact opposite of vodka.
I know. You're not supposed to mix those things with vodka, but hopefully that kicks in like a few minutes and everything. But so unspecified human is here. Unspecified human. Bill Hicks, Timmy, Missy, harangue everyone. Go into the Discords. Spam out the stream. Tell everyone that they need to get their asses in here.
I already retweeted it. I don't know what else you want me to do.
Yeah, Gene.
I don't know.
God.
I've had too much vodka to put in that much effort.
Tourniquet improvised with a band.
I'm smoking this joint and be happy I'm here.
So, Missy, what would you do if your kids were like infants and stuff, or preschool age kids, and you were stuck in a place like Gaza in this kind of situation?
I would be with the most guns and the most grenades, and I'd be killing everybody. My kids would be somewhere very safe, and I would be killing everyone.
Should be like Rambo,
if they were trying
like the
to kill
female
my
Rambo.
Kids, yes, I would be killing everybody. If they were trying to kill my kids, yes.
I think I don't know. They'd probably be more likely to get killed that way.
No,
I'd try.
They will be someplace safe, and I will be going ape shit, fucking like one of those berserk warriors from the Viking period, like just a berserker or whatever they call it.
Yeah, Gene.
Since the field hospital opened less than 2 weeks ago, it has been.
Do you think they're going to be able to use that other leg again? It seems like their one leg's gone. What about the other one?
Oh, it still looks intact, right?
It also looks pretty like swollen and I don't know.
But it's there.
Ugh.
It's half the battle.
It's half the battle.
130 of their
Half having the leg
Looks
there is
pretty lame and everything.
50 beds are already full.
So let me understand this. You are now basically the only hospital around that still has some beds?
I guess so, yes. Or maybe I'm very sure of that, because they are telling me one of the hospital with a capacity of
It's
200.
UAE field hospitals, so I guess the UAE, United Arab Emirates, where Dubai is. So I guess another like foreign aid organization that's coming in, try to give support.
They are accommodating 1,000 right now. And the next door hospital, I'm not very sure, is like 50.
Why don't we just give them like another $100 billion or something like that? Or $11 billion or something?
Oh, they have nuclear weapons, and they have like lots of, I guess, military strength in the Middle East. And there's lots of oil in the Middle East. And if
I'm thinking of Ukraine. Never mind.
Oh, well, like that's an issue now where like Erdogan and everything, he's trying to I guess petition like US and stuff, or reach out to try to get Congress to approve sending more like funds and weapons and everything to Ukraine, because now that this is going on,
another like 11 billion.
Yeah,
he was
probably
just in the country like last week or something. I saw it in the news.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they signed off on it yet, but that's the
maybe
thing.
he was here to ask for it, and they haven't
Yeah.
signed off. Okay.
With patients. So at one occasion he called me. He said, "I have 3 patients."
I think the world is just fucked.
Let him send as many as you can.
Human beings suck.
Yeah. What the
Human
fuck are you
beings.
supposed to do? We're all blowing each other up.
We've been doing this since like the beginning of like human history. People just don't like getting along. It's almost like people have evolved to engage in this tribal in group out group bias, and
You'd think we would have like learned by now, like after the Second World War and all that fucking genocide shit. You'd think we would have learned our lesson.
I don't know. If I had a country and Gene had a country, I'd probably attack his country.
Well, yeah, if Gene had a country, like we'd all be attacking.
He doesn't deserve it. I'm gonna take that
Dude,
country.
I have the best like security system imaginable. I'd have like something that is above the Iron
You
Dome.
better, bitch, if you're gonna fucking survive my war, bitch.
I'd have the Steel Dome or the Buckminster Fluorine Dome.
Oh yeah.
Gene's gonna have
work out real well
a fancy. He's gonna have a fancy room with a lethal dose of ricin or something ready when I when it finally comes down to it and I win the war. He's gonna go in there, lock himself up, and take the ricin and say, "Okay,
I don't
bye."
think in a war, Shad would do well
cool
with
world.
like things like logistics.
You're
or
a logistics
strategy.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we've been here 15 minutes, and this is already.
I have a feeling that Chad plays a lot more war games than you play.
Yeah, Gene, idiot.
When I've played him in strategy games, he doesn't do too well. Like when I
You're
played him in
talking
Civ
about
6.
stupid. Yeah, that stupid.
Oh
shit.
yeah,
Actual
that's a stupid game. Actual war games.
That game's for dorks. That's a board game, Gene.
In every bed, another gut punch. Less than 2 years old, Amir still doesn't know that his parents and siblings were killed in the strike that disfigured him.
Oh, the poor baby.
Yesterday, he saw a nurse that looked like his father. His aunt Nahaya tells us he kept screaming, "Dad, Dad, Dad." Amir is still too young to comprehend the horror all around him.
That's
Palestinians are partially responsible.
Why do you want to show people this stuff, Gene? Like, don't you think they
Because
see enough of this?
well,
Aren't
maybe
you
some
supposed
people.
to be giving them some sort of relief with your show instead of like reminding people of the shit that we're living in?
Well,
Isn't that what it should be
a lot
about?
of people they get all their news from specific
you?
podcasts.
Jesus
so,
fucking Christ! No wonder the world is at an end.
well, like there's people that say, hey, they get all their news from like DFF or DP or whatever. It's like we're supposed to. Some people they might enjoy just instead of like the news is depressing. So
Let
instead of
them
just
listen
tuning
to
into,
fun, and how about you just entertain people with happy things?
I do occasionally, but the thing is, this is
Occasionally,
depressing, but it can be less depressing by I don't
By your
know, like
commentary. Oh yes,
watching
your
it with Chad and I and
commentary
stuff.
is totally making this better.
Yeah.
Gene wants to
sense of
show
humor
people
can,
the reality of the world.
Exactly.
What's
People need to know.
But all you need to do is
20-year-old
just talk
Lama
to them. You don't need to show this shit too.
Well, this kind
You'll
of gets the
depress them
message
enough,
across.
just you talking.
Understands it all too well. 10
You're a
weeks
dork,
ago,
Gene.
she was studying engineering at university and helping to plan her sister's wedding. Today, she is
You're killing
recovering
my
from
buzz
the
here, Gene.
Looks like she
Yeah,
lost
so
a
their
leg,
doctor, their doctors are dying. Their future engineers are dying. They're
Right.
losing all their white collar STEM workers.
My buzz is dying. You're just killing it here, Gene.
Video didn't really go over this, but
I'm gonna keep smoking this joint and hope that this stream gets better.
so here, 20-month-old Amir Taiha. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name properly. Lies silently on the bed, his fluffy hair sticking up, his
Not
baby
making
soft
it
skin
better.
violated by a raw, jagged wound
Yeah.
across his forehead,
Jagged wound
purple
brought on a
bruises,
2-year-old.
well
That's
around
totally
one of
making
his
it
big
better.
brown eyes. He's an orphan now, his aunt says, with
You
his
are just
parents and 2 of
depressing
his
fucking
siblings
shit.
killed. This is the news.
You know that?
This is topical. This is what's going on.
I think they can read it. I don't think they need you to narrate it for them. They can see what the fuck the
So
picture.
am I supposed to just leave it on the
You're just supposed
the
to let it.
screen and
Yeah, if they want to fucking read it, they can pause.
that would be kind of awkward, just us sitting here with like the
No.
article on the
They
screen.
can pause and they can read while we continue talking. Because that's just depressing.
This is Gene's. Every now and then, Gene does a depressing stream. This is that. You should have been here for the Boogie stream, Missy. The person who made the Boogie documentary showed up in our chat.
For real?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's cool.
Mike Klum.
Oh wow, how'd that go?
Yeah, got like over 1,000 views. Well, he joined the Discord. Like, I don't want to come across as weird or like, I guess intrusive by like, hey, do you want to like come on our stream one time? So I don't know.
You just need to do an interview with him. That's what he like. He seemed like we asked him. Yeah, we did ask him during that stream, and he seemed down for it, and that's why he joined the Discord. I think so.
Guess I'll ask him, but
you just need to come up with questions to ask him.
I'm bad at reaching out to guests. Shab needs to do that for me.
Hey, Shab will reach out and be like, "Hey, can Gene interview you?" Even though he doesn't like to talk.
Talk all the time.
Then you can reach out. But I think first, Shab is right. You need to make questions and stuff to ask him.
Yeah, you need to come up with something. But you can. I'm sure there's some good questions you can come up with.
Yeah. Do like
I'll create my
to like just base everything off of and branch off. If you
I'll go on my Evernote. I always take notes before I stream.
Yeah,
write it on my checklist.
Absolutely, I think it would be a good idea.
So here, nearly half of the Israeli munitions dropped on Gaza are imprecise. So dumb bombs, U.S. intelligence assessment, fine. So dumb bombs are essentially that there's no guided system, there's no targeting system. So it's just kind of like besides using the, like, I guess, angle and trajectory, like conventional artillery dating back to like the World War I, World War II. That's what most of the artillery they're using is. It's this kind of imprecise, sort of indiscriminate sort of artillery. So they definitely don't need to be doing this. They have some of the most advanced weapon systems on the planet, and they definitely could be using more guided missiles, but whatever. Just they also have a lot of dumb bombs, so might as well use that as well.
How much of those are being used though? Nearly half.
When they're using those instead of the guided ones.
I would say because it's cheaper and it shows that it shows their intentions. It shows that they don't care.
It shows that they don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just trying to destroy things. They don't really care if it's a targeted, specific thing, as long as something's destroyed.
Yeah. They're all partially responsible.
Okay.
But it's not a genocide.
I get you.
They say it's not.
Nearly half is a lot.
Yeah, and the thing is, they like when it comes to targeted systems, like that requires more. Like you need to use the radar systems or whatever to determine where they are, and that requires, I guess, more sort of due diligence. And this is quicker and I guess easier. You just take these giant stockpiles of like bombs, artillery, and you just let it loose.
Is there any sort of stats on how many got dropped? See that or no? I don't know. That'd be
well. I mean, there's been like thousands and thousands of deaths. So
yeah, I think
they're dropping quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what that number is. Curious,
it's probably a number that would just absolutely astonish us. You know, if they say something like, "Oh, we've dropped, 345 of those dummy ones, plus 112 of the guided ones." Like,
Well, it said nearly half of the dummies. I if I were to guess, I would guess that it's in the hundreds, like you're saying, in the low hundreds.
Yeah,
The-
like
the
a
thing
couple. I
is-
think there's been a couple, at least, just because of the destruction that you see and the amount of deaths that you see,
Yeah.
and the pictures themselves. Like, that's not just one or two bombs.
Now, they're dealing with Hamas, and Hamas, the majority of their forces are in this tunnel network underneath the city. So it's like all these airstrikes and stuff and artillery strikes aren't really going to do a good job at, like, I guess, making a dent, like, in the Hamas forces, because they're in these underground bunkers. So why do they need to be doing this? Like, that's the big thing. And I'm going to get to this later. I've asked questions on Quora and on Reddit to try to find some kind of, I guess, reasonable sort of response from somebody who might seem like they know what they're talking about.
So,
but
Gene,
the only what's that?
The civilians make up 61% of Gaza deaths. So does that mean 39% was they actually hit terrorists?
Militants, so
militant, and maybe just people in the military,
or people they claim
terrorists, like per se, but maybe just people who are part of the military.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to know what percent is actually, because they're trying to hit the terrorists, right? They're trying to. I wonder what percent is actually accurate, like, or what.
Unfortunately, I want to say that it's a very small percentage of the deaths are actually the people that they want to be taking out. And and that's shitty to say, but from everything that's being shown, I don't think that they're taking out as many of the people that they want to be.
Well, they're taking out who they want. They just make it look like they're not doing that.
Yeah.
They want to. They
they are.
Well, if they want to kill civilians,
that's what they're doing. They're wanting to do, obviously, with what they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the most, I guess, like least extreme or egregious metrics are something like 2/3 of all the casualties are civilian casualties. So, like I said, like the more the egregious metrics are showing that it's like 80-something% like civilian casualties and so forth, and that's because a lot of like the I guess numbers that Israel is trying, or the system that they're using, is if they're like pretty much over the age of 14, any sort of like Palestinian who is like an adolescent or adult male, they're classifying them as a military operative, which if like that's the case, then it's something like 50-60% civilian casualties. But then once you start to like look into that, where what percentage of the young adult male population aren't actually fighting for Hamas, I think at that point the civilian casualties are going to skyrocket even more. Skeppy says he blames Gene.
Yeah, I agree with Skabibi.
But going back to the tunnel network and everything, do you know what flamethrowers were developed for, Shabisky?
For the tunnels.
Yep. So in
I learned
World
that
War
from
One.
Timmy.
Yeah, they were developed they were developed in the Great War, because in the trenches there were all these tunnel systems, and it was so you could deplete the oxygen in the tunnels and the trenches. And then in World War II, they were used for like German pillboxes. It would suck up all the oxygen in the pillboxes, and they were used in Vietnam for like the tunnel networks and stuff that the Vietnamese used. So my thing is, it's like, okay, they have this extreme tunnel network, so why don't they just get the personnel to the locations that they need? I mean, even if it's like, okay, they have, why don't they use some of their more, I guess, precise guided missile systems instead of the dumb bombs to secure like the parameters there, where there's probably still going to be civilian casualties, but there'd be a lot less. And then they get to where the tunnels are, and why don't they just like I don't know, flood the tunnels with like flames and so forth, deprive them of oxygen? And I mean, why don't they clear out the tunnels? That it seems like I mean, there's some pretty sophisticated drones that they have that can go into the tunnels and stuff and detonate and so forth. And the problem is like that's a scenario where like chemical weapons, so like gas sort of weapons and stuff, are considered to be like they go again, or the UN classifies them as weapons of mass destruction, so you're not supposed to be using them. But that's a scenario where
flamethrowers,
well, flamethrowers I guess they don't fall within the realm of chemical weapons. I mean, but
the weapons of mass destruction.
Well, I'm talking about tear gas, mustard gas. Well, it's kind of a vague term. The UN has its own sort of classification or list of like types of weapons that fall within the realm of weapons of mass destruction, and chemical weapons technically fall within the realm of weapons of mass destruction. But that would be a scenario where, like, when it comes to clearing out tunnels, especially with Hamas, where I think that using sort of like gas, like weaponry, like mustard gas, tear gas, flooding the tunnels with like that kind of I don't know. I think it would actually work well in a situation like that, and it would do a good job with like dealing with Hamas, with making it so the battle is like, I guess, confined to the tunnels, and it's not just a bunch of airstrikes taking place on the surface, which is killing mostly civilians.
Yeah.
So, like, what is the chat thing?
Again, it doesn't even seem like that's... It seems like they're just using that as an excuse to kill all the people there, you know?
Yeah, it's clear that they're not being honest, and they just... it's genocide.
Yeah. Aw,
So,
poor lady.
Yeah.
Her forehead.
Older than Israel, elderly Palestinian woman, and viral video murdered by Israeli sniper in Gaza.
Oh wait, she was murdered?
A
I thought
sniper take out someone who's like 90. Like, what is the threat there?
Well, I mean, what do you think, Red Eye, when it comes to
Missy?
What do you think, Red Eye, when it comes to
None of this makes any sense to me. It just doesn't. Like, I don't
Wait, I'm
understand.
trying to ask Red Eye a question about mustard gas. So I'm not an expert on this, Red Eye, but what do you think about something like that, where they have some kind of drone that goes in underground in the tunnels, unleashes these like mustard gas like kind of canisters? Do you think that's practical at all? I mean, it seems like when there's...
Why would anyone think it's practice? That is the most
practice.
Sometimes I worry about Eugene. I really do.
Well, the point
that's
is
where the terrorists
that
are, is in the tunnels. Is Missy.
There's a giant mass of military personnel in these tunnels, and it's like, I don't think that those chemical weapons would actually get to the surface or whatever if they deploy them properly. So, bad idea. Why do you think it's a bad idea, Red Eye? Is it are also down there, dude? They know that. Oh, civilians. Well, the hostages are. Yeah, that's.
I didn't know they were all down in the tunnel.
Well, my thing is, it's like, does the IDF even care about the hostages at this point? Because it seems like it's like a lot of them just recently.
Care about anything at this point? Seeing all the people that are dying.
Well, just recently they killed a few of the hostages.
That's
some of the airstrikes and stuff.
I don't think they care about anything. I think all they care about is unfortunately killing as many people as possible, and that's it. I don't think they care who. I just think they want people to die.
Here's the thing, Red Eye. If the hostages weren't part of the equation and they did that, do you think that that's a bad idea? And that's the thing. Do they need to be leveling like an entire city or whatever in order to like get their troops to the like entries of like tunnel networks? That's my thing. Why is that necessary? I can understand like, hey, they have the intelligence that shows that these are some of the entrances to the tunnels. They conduct like they don't use dumb bombs. They use guided missiles and so forth to secure the area, if that's even appropriate at all. And then they send in the ground forces to try to raid it. And in the end, I really don't get why using the kind of, I guess, artillery and stuff is necessary for them to achieve that kind of goal.
You don't know nothing, Gene. You never played Red Alert. Yeah. I beat that game like twice.
Oh, so here's another thing. So, like I said, they're claiming that any sort of adult men, or even like any males that are pretty much in their teens and up, are being classified as Hamas militants. So here you see this like one kid who's probably like 12 who has a mark on him, and they've been marking them with numbers and stuff, and they've been accused of subjecting them to physical abuse, the IDF soldiers. So they're taking all these people, and I can somewhat understand, like, okay, stripping them down in their underwear, because that is a typical procedure if they're, like, if you're capturing, like, prisoners of war, so enemy soldiers, you strip them down to make sure that they're not carrying any weapons and stuff. But the problem is that they're kind of, they're doing it to civilians as well. And there's a lot of, like, evidence and stuff to show that a large percentage of the people that they're holding at gunpoint and lining up and stuff are not actually fighting for the military.
Well, if it's obvious to other people, why isn't it obvious to them?
Because they don't care.
You're lying, Gene.
That's why I had to watch it.
Israel is defending its controversial treatment of a group of detained Palestinian men, some stripped to their underwear. Israel says the men were apprehended in a Hamas stronghold. Here's Richard Engel.
Israeli troops lined up more than 100 Palestinian men, many stripped to their underwear. Palestinians call it collective humiliation. The images sparked global outrage. Tonight, the Israeli military said Hamas fighters are dressing as civilians, and the men were detained in what it called Hamas stronghold.
Yep. Like what Red Eye said, there's a lot of parallels with how in the Holocaust, the Jewish prisoners were being treated, marking them with numbers and everything, and hurting them like cattle.
Disgusting.
In northern Gaza, and question.
Well, I mean, but
I mean, I know it's important for everybody to see. It's just
the United States.
It's disgusting to see what, like, even in the day and age that we live in, that we still do this kind of thing to each other.
But Missy, sad. The United States says that Hamas is a terrorist group, and then Israel says
I'm saying the fact that there are terrorists in general. The fact that humans are treating each other like this in general, like,
because people
don't think I know, and it's sad that the fact it's 2023 and about to be 2024, and this is still the way that we treat other humans.
Now, here's the thing: do you think that there's a primal element of human psychology where, based on evolution, where human beings kind of naturally develop that in-group, out-group biased sort of behavior where they're prone to warring with other groups over, I guess, religious beliefs, culture, territory?
I think at this point that at this point in humanity, it's obvious that greed is primal. Greed is something that takes over men, and I feel like greed is one of the main factors that goes into all wars that have ever played out in history, is the greed of mankind. And
now,
it's obvious that it's something that men cannot get over. They cannot get past, men or women, humanity cannot get past their greed.
Have you ever read the comic book Y of the Last Man?
No.
It's like all the men abruptly die of some random disease, or anybody with
It's
a white
not about men, women. It's
yeah, I know.
It's people, Gene. It's like
I think if
greed is something that we obviously
I know.
cannot get over.
But I think if men didn't exist, there'd be a lot less war and violence, but there'd still be a decent amount.
I think there
it
would be
probably
plenty of war and violence. I don't think you realize how angry women can get sometimes.
Yeah, I think it would probably decline by like 1/3. There'd be like 2/3 the violence. What, you think I'm underestimating it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You ever see an angry bitch on her period? That'll start a war somewhere, I promise. If it's all women, only women and no men, and just an angry bitch on her period, that's gonna start some shit.
It's only women on the Security Council. It's only women like in the executive office and everything.
Scary.
And they're on their period.
Right.
Oh, God.
Right, and it'll all link up too. Because once women start hanging out with each other for long periods of time, our cycles end up
What about
aligning.
in the Barbie movie? when it was like a matriarchy. There wasn't any
I
war.
refuse to watch that movie, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
I just
And if
watched it
you
last
watched
night.
it, I feel sorry for you. I'm sorry. I apologize that
I don't know. It kind of was.
you watched the Barbie movie because I refuse. Thank you
We should
very
talk
much.
about it. Well, I was like, I
It's
don't
like
want
I
to watch.
refuse to watch The Notebook. I refuse. Like, there's so many of those
Mhm.
stupid, goddamn fucking chick flicks that I refuse out of principle.
I wouldn't say the Barbie film is a chick flick.
No,
Kinda.
I will not watch Barbie. I'm sorry. No.
I don't know. There's
It
some
was
decent
surprising.
social commentary in it.
I saw a little bit of it, and it's
Oh,
oddly.
you watched it. Don't lie.
There's a lot of adult humor in it.
I saw a little
and
bit. It's like it was written for adults, not for kids.
it is
was odd.
like that.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
absolutely. It was written for adults, but I refuse to watch it.
I'll have to.
I will not.
On another stream and I just recently watched the Mario Brothers movie because I've been sick the last like few days at the fever. So I
will
watched the Mario Brothers movie. Is like, oh, I'm not going to watch it. And I watched it, and I wasn't a big fan, and it was weird. The movie felt like it was like 20 minutes long, and it was like 90 minutes.
No,
It's
I won't
weird.
even watch that one. No, thank you. I'm good. I'll be alright.
You tell him.
About why they
Tell
We
him.
need to watch the Barbie movie for the next movie night.
We need to like
Have fun.
tie Missy down and do like on that one movie and
No,
pry her eyes open and make her watch this shit. Make her watch the Barbie
Ken,
movie.
They go into the real world. Ken learns about the patriarchy, and he takes it back to all the other Kens, and then Barbie world goes to shit. Once the patriarchy.
Oh, I know which
is brought
movie you're
into it.
talking about too, Shab. What the fuck?
Orange.
Mm-hmm.
What's the movie?
I know exactly. I can't remember
What's
the
the
name
movie
of it.
that
Clockwork
Scotty?
Orange.
But
Clockwork Orange. There
Yes,
we go.
that
yeah.
one.
Yeah, we need to do that to Missy. Make her watch
Stanley
the
Kubrick
fucking Barbie
classic.
shit.
You know what else Stanley Kubrick directed?
that was a good movie. I like that movie.
Yeah.
I'm just not watching Barbie.
But Chad, do you know what else he directed? Stanley Kubrick?
What?
Barry Lyndon.
Which one? The kissing one?
Yep.
Yay! He's the one
That
that
was on the 12-hour stream we did in my top 10 movies. Barry Lyndon was one of my top 10.
What was?
And he
you're
also
talking-
did
He did
Full
the
Metal
Barbie?
Jacket. He did
No, he did
Doctor
Clockwork
Strangelove.
Orange.
Oh, Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, he did The Shining. Yeah, he did the Barbie movie. Even though he's
He
dead.
did the Barbie.
He died like over a decade ago.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. The last
Dang.
movie he worked on was AI. And it was Steven Spielberg's credit as the director. So Steven Spielberg took over as director after he passed away. But
AI.
yeah. It was like I don't know, some
Well,
weird.
I think that isn't that one with Will Smith with the robot.
No, that's
No, that's iRobot. That was
Yeah,
fucking
okay,
terrible.
never mind.
But southern Gaza now.
Let's get back on
Israel's offensive
topic.
against Hamas is intensifying.
back to the death,
Around the
Missy.
city of
God
Khan
damn
Yunis.
it.
At
Okay.
the start of the war, our cameras
Whoa.
captured this moment of volunteers digging through rubble. They cheer and pull out
See, this is what happens when a bunch of Kens are running the
Oh.
planet. If
a young girl, somehow alive. 14-year-old Miral Nijam. Her mother,
Man,
grandmother,
that's
and two
crazy.
siblings were killed. Our crew found
Good
Miral
thing
again
they
in
got
black,
her.
along with her 9-year-old sister Mira, also rescued that day. They're back in the line of fire, sheltering in Khan Yunis. They've already been displaced 7 times. We keep everything we have ready here in case we need to move again, Miral says. Her sister's leg is broken. Miral's arm is in a sling. She says they're not going further south to Rafah for now because there's no food or place to stay there. The UN today said its humanitarian program is collapsing. Live on the Arabic language Al Jazeera network, a woman tells a reporter.
and again, the what is it? The IDF, they're not making it easy for all the humanitarian organizations that actually get in there and provide the support needed.
Oh. Wasn't one of the trucks robbed recently?
Well, they've been turning trucks away. They've been they have a bunch of personnel and stuff, like organizations like the Red Cross and so forth, that are on the borders at Egypt and stuff. And it's just Egypt is allowing them to get through, but then they have troops that are inside of Gaza that are trying to obstruct like the personnel from like the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders and stuff from getting through. They're claiming like, oh no, we don't know if the trucks have weapons, like stupid shit like that. So they're going out of their way to make it as difficult as possible for these third-party organizations to just provide aid to like these, I guess, terrorists, because like all these 12, 14-year-old kids with numbers on them are terrorists, and like all these 2-year-olds that are like dying of inhaling like dust, like fumes and stuff from these buildings, and are missing their limbs. It's like, yeah, they're all partially responsible.
It's so sad.
Hamas is hoarding aid meant for civilians. He takes the mic.
Bill
and
Hicks says that
"Whatever aid
movie
is
isn't
coming in
good."
is being distributed. She wags her finger, saying Hamas
just
fighters
named a lot of
target to their
movies.
homes, and they can shoot.
Yeah,
them.
it was a lot of movies to go through, Bill. Which one?
And Richard joining us now. Richard, there are troubling new signs the violence is again spreading in the region. This time a U.S. embassy was targeted.
Which one are you talking about, Bill?
The U.S. embassy in Baghdad targeted by multiple mortar attacks. Iranian-backed militias likely responsible. There were no reports of significant damage or casualties.
Thanks for watching. Stay.
He looked like he was really cold.
Had a big nose.
We're now 58 days into Israel's war in Gaza, and a week-long pause in fighting has collapsed, bringing back with it more devastation and destruction. Frustration with the Israeli Prime Minister's leadership appears to be reaching
Not
a
as funny as
point.
this dude, though. This dude has even funnier shaped head.
What do you think about that, Jane?
I think you guys are being bigoted towards people's like physical appearance.
It was an accident.
I've had a lot of vodka, Gene.
It was an accident, Gene.
Just being honest, I can't help it.
I think we saw this.
I think Lester
a lot of the
has a
videos.
huge forehead. I think he's got like a 9 head going on. His hairline just going back.
Damn.
I feel bad for
Images
him.
have
I think
emerged
he's a
today
good
from
dude.
Gaza.
He's Lester Holt. He's everyone's favorite news person.
Oh, yeah.
Which appear to show dozens of Palestinian men on their knees, stripped to their underwear, being held by Israel Defense Forces. It's not clear if they have surrendered or if they have been taken by the military.
Being very judgmental.
Israel has not said who the men are, but it has confirmed that its forces are making arrests in Gaza.
Like it?
The new images come as tens of thousands of Palestinians are streaming into Rafah city near the Gaza Strip's southern border with Egypt, trying to escape intense fighting elsewhere. The head of humanitarian...
The shoulders and the fact that nothing is really breaking it up. It just looks very like
I can kind of see it.
Be
It
on
is kind
Little
of
House on the Prairie or something.
Gene agrees too.
Dresses these days.
It's the shoulders that are throwing me off. I think if they weren't as
it's kind of clunky
bulbous,
too, or something. As it goes
I think
down.
if it fell a little soft.
And then her shoes don't even match. What the fuck?
I'm not
Fuck
a fan
this,
of
Gene.
dresses in general.
This is bullshit.
Dresses are such like an antiquated form of dress.
Foreign Affairs for the United Nations says there is no longer any humanitarian operation worthy of that name in the south of Gaza. From Jerusalem is our international editor, Jeremy.
Let's focus on all the dying kids.
Bone. A warning: you may find some of his images upsetting.
Such dickheads. Okay, all right, back to the video. These poor guys are stripped.
Now, remember, like we did the prison episode in Brazil. A lot of their like the Carrero and stuff prisons, where it's just a giant, like it looks like a giant wall of flesh.
Yeah, there would be a lot of this kind of footage you'd see for that
times
kind of shit,
10.
Gaza, and we've geolocated the video there too. Palestinian diplomats said these were
a little more
savage images,
organized,
evoking
though,
humanity's
and,
darkest times. The Israeli army said only that suspects were being interrogated. Posts on social media said the men had been sheltering with their families at a UN school and that others were killed during the Israeli raid. In this photo, the men have been moved to another location which we have not been able to verify. One of the captives, Dia Al-Khalout, is a journalist. He was forced to leave his disabled...
Well, they're detaining all of these Hamas militants.
I can't. Are they all really Hamas?
Well, they could be. Like, we really don't know. But the problem is there's plenty of data to show that a lot of the people they have been capturing or they have been arresting are clearly not Hamas militants. So they are declaring anybody who is an adult male or even adolescent males as being Hamas militants.
I just think it's wrong because some of them are obviously just kids.
And I mean, even if just 5% of those people they showed are not Hamas militants, it's still like pretty fucked up.
It's 5%.
Newspaper he works for in London. Earlier at Israel's parliament, a prominent government supporter told me that only Israeli forces can control Gaza, not the independent Palestine the Americans want.
I think that when we talk about two-state solutions, we are using 3 words and 3 lies. It's not two, it's not a state, it's definitely not a solution.
So what's the...
So we'll get into this later, how there have been plenty of two-state solutions that have been proposed, and Israel hasn't really done a good job by actually, I guess, committing to those signed agreements.
The answer, an everlasting occupation?
First, occupation is not a word. One cannot occupy its own land. Israel is not an occupier in Israel, because that's the land of Israel.
So what about Gaza?
Again,
that's the land of Israel?
Land of Israel, you cannot be occupying it. We're not occupying it from anyone.
In Gaza, civilians...
I guess they're right there declaring that Gaza is part of Israel. And the thing is, the UN...
Hasn't it always been part of Israel?
Well, no, Palestine was its own... Like, it was...
they were like their own little sovereign thing, right?
Well, it was... You had the Ottoman Empire. So the Ottoman Empire controlled that region for like several hundred years, from like the end of the Crusades up to the end of World War I. And then after World War I, like you had the Zionist movement. I actually have a bunch of slides on this later on, but they're essentially like Palestine was its own geographical
They
region.
split off, and they were their own little thing, separate from Israel, correct?
Yeah, and then what's that, Chad?
We'll explain it more to her, and then I'll tell you.
No, just tell me, because I got a bunch of slides on this.
I was gonna ask you, do you like his shirt? Do you think it's cute?
My shirt?
No, look on the video.
He's got a cute shirt.
Feeling cute. I love how there's just all this crazy stuff going on, and this guy's got a silly. He's got a silly shirt. Feeling cute. I like it. I want one of those. Feeling cute. Yeah.
Civilians are lost in the rubble of Israeli strikes.
Those are gonna
So far, the
sell
world is
out.
not close to controlling the powerful and chaotic
one.
forces
I want
unleashed by
10.
this war. The UN Secretary General, saying international peace and security is in jeopardy, is demanding an immediate ceasefire. The Palestinian leader told me that the US and UK must not veto the next ceasefire resolution.
The United States of America and Britain now has the key. If they oppose a resolution about immediate ceasefire, they will not be...
Well, the US and UK, they have what, Shab?
The key.
The key. They have it's the UN
vetoing power.
Vetoing power, exactly.
2 of 5 states.
Yes.
And I mean, the United States could probably easily influence France and UK to vote on anything they want, and the UK's like supposedly our number 1 allies. So that's the problem, is that we've been using our vetoing power, and the UK has kind of been playing second fiddle with their vetoing power to kind of interfere with any sort of, I guess, talks on, recognizing Palestine as a sovereign state and giving it the same rights as all the other sovereign states in the UN.
Be complicit only with this aggression. They will be a participant in these war crimes. They have to approve the ceasefire immediately, because what is at stake is the life of 2.3 million people now. Half of them are children.
Without a political solution, this conflict will go on when, if, Israel declares victory in Gaza. The war will not have a neat ending.
It's a good thing they got a wall there.
Opposing forces are at work here.
Big
On the one hand, pressure for ceasefire. On the other, the
walls always work when it comes to
ask Trump,
adding to security.
Termination of the Americans and the British.
Well, the evil liberals wouldn't let them build the wall, even though like the Republicans had control of Congress in all 3 parties when he proposed it, and when Paul Ryan was Speaker of the House, the Republicans didn't want to follow through with building a wall because they said it was stupid and would cost too much money. But then when the Democrats regained control of Congress, and then they said the exact same thing, the Democrats are being evil by not letting Trump do whatever he wants, which is what both parties always say whenever the candidate of their party...
Old red truck that drives around my town, and on the back windshield in a white paint marker, he wrote Trump 2024 best president in U.S. history, but it's written like a third grader wrote it. Like it's really bad.
Kind of guy I'd like to hang with.
Yeah, let's hang out with him.
Gotta love folks who they want to make America great again.
What I hate is people. So many people want to be into politics, but so little people know about politics or care to know about it. So it's
you
like,
gotta read a book or something. That takes time and stuff.
Yeah, like I don't even act like I'm knowledgeable about it because I'm not, and I kind of don't care to be because there's so much other stuff I'd rather focus my time on, other than politics.
I have no fun.
And that's why I don't really care about like being part of this. Oh yeah, Trump 2024 and this and that and stuff. A lot of these people, it's just like football to them and stuff, except for they know more about football than they do politics. But they
I don't know. There's
be
people
real emotional about it.
They're really, really, really obsessed with it. Like you said, it's like political football. But if you quiz them, it's like they pretty much only pay attention to the president. To them, it's just the president is the government. If you quiz them on just the basics of how the government works, they don't know.
Right.
And then it's like they throw tantrums if you disagree with them at all. And to them, this is stuff. It's like you got people living in landlocked states where immigration does not affect them at all. There's like pretty much no immigrants living in those bumfuck nowhere states. And you look at all the states where the border states like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and California. In Texas, you look at all the territories with the largest populations at the border, and they're all like these blue districts, and they're all overwhelmingly in support of like the immigration. So it's like the states that actually are dealing with all the immigrants are the states that are pro-immigration, and they don't have like this negative attitude towards it. And then it's like you look at these people that treat it like some boogeyman, like, yeah, all these immigrants. And it's like you're in some bumfuck nowhere town in South Dakota. You don't even like come across any immigrants on a day-to-day basis. You're a dumb fuck. It's just you sit down and watch like Fox News in your recliner, and then they'll get all heated and stuff. And it's like, if you really care, why don't you just like read a book or two on the topic? Why don't you actually develop a basic understanding of like, I don't know,
You're
like
asking them to read, Gene. These are not people that know how
I know
to read.
There's immigrants in every state, Bill Hicks. It's hyperbole. Just it's something that in the kind of states I'm talking about has a very minuscule sort of effect on their day-to-day life. There's 1,000,001 other things that they should probably be worried about that affects like their livelihood. It affects like their quality of life and the people within their community. Illegal immigrants aren't really what's like causing them any troubles. And it's like something that it's like if you're living in Arizona or like New Mexico, I can understand why it's something you might talk about a lot, but it's like a large percentage of red states are bumfuck nowhere states. So it's like, why do they even care about it?
You're a bum
the time it needs to achieve its objectives. And one Western diplomat I talked to was thinking about perhaps another month. Now, the UN Secretary General wants to hurry that process up by putting pressure on them and also shaming them into taking action sooner. As
that will, like that's all they can do, just shame them. Wag your finger at them.
The UN says it cannot run a dependable humanitarian operation. With hungry people jumping warehouse fences, Israel says world peace requires Gaza's liberation from Hamas, and that will take force.
I just want to go and give everybody a hot dog, Gene. Can we do that? Can we take some of your trillions of dollars and go give some people some food, Gene? Come on.
Let's just get some hot dogs. Even
the likelihood
I'm pretty sure that Palestinian people don't eat pork.
I think if
there's beef hot dogs. Okay, I eat them. Okay.
If a bunch of IDF soldiers saw us with like, I don't know, like duffel bags or book bags with like food, they'd probably be like, you're trying to give food to these citizens. So they'd probably shoot us in the back of the head.
We'll just fly your helicopter over there. Okay.
Just have emerged today from Gaza.
I don't know if you knew that, Missy, but Gene is a trillionaire. He's the first ever trillionaire. Yes.
I think you are misinformed there.
No. So rich. So successful.
Now, this is the
we'll go drop food.
This was the journalist I was talking about. He is
got
political
killed?
journalist, and but it's pretty evident that they went out of their way to like purposely kill him and execute him because he was a huge critic of like what Israel's been doing with Palestine and Gaza. So there's plenty of evidence that they knew where he was because he didn't feel safe in his own home. And then he went to like his sister and like he was in her like apartment on the second floor of this building. And it's things like somebody called him from the IDF and they said, hey, we know where you are. We're coming for you. So that's why he went to his sister's place. And then that particular floor of like their particular apartment was struck by like an artillery strike where there weren't any other like sort of like strikes or whatever at any other targets in that area at the time. So it's like, why did after they threatened to go after him and then he went to his sister's place only moments later, they struck that very specific region. So I don't know. Do you think
it's just a little itty bitty coinky-dink?
Gene, it was an accident. Yeah.
It was
Hamas did it.
Coinky-dink.
Yeah, the dumbass
itty
or
bitty
Hamas
one.
did it, whatever.
Oh, well,
It's
it's
an
just
accident.
a little itty bitty coincidence. It's okay. Oh, you looked sad.
gripped his final days.
You don't know whether this is.
I don't think that's how you spell coincidence. It's okay, brother.
We don't deserve this. I'm an academic.
I don't really know how to spell it right now.
See, they're killing their
I had to learn
academics,
vodka.
killing
But I
their
don't think
doctors,
that's how it happened.
they're killing their engineers.
Is an expo marker. But if the Israelis invade, if the target has charged us, open door to door to massacre us, I'm going to use that marker, throw it at the Israeli soldiers.
As long as you
even
know,
if that is
Bill.
the last thing that I would be able to do.
That's
and this
what
is the feeling of
matters.
everybody. We are.
What did he say he's gonna throw at him?
The markers?
I don't know what that means.
Crayolas?
I don't know what he
Like
means.
the smelly kinds that smell like grapes and
I don't think he
blueberries?
literally means like there's kind of markers. I think he means
Must be some sort of military thing. Maybe it's some sort of explosive. I would
something
say
bad.
maybe.
no, he's not fighting for the military. He's like a professor, journalist, a poet.
Still probably something bad.
We
That was a
remember
big
him
boom.
for his love for storytelling, his love
Was
for
that in the
Palestine,
video?
his firm belief that Palestine will be freed and that we'll see it free, and that the way to do that is to keep talking about Palestine, to keep telling and narrating the stories of Palestine and the people of Palestine.
You're
there
making
he
us
is on the
sad.
dead
I know.
Gene.
Do you guys know that that's a stereotype?
Time I
of the
come
news,
and I
that
hang
the
out with
news
you
is
and
depressing?
forever, and you make me sad.
Making us sad, Gene. Can you cry, Gene?
So very nice.
Do you the news is meant to be depressing. So if people are gonna watch the news,
Hey,
you're
what
gonna
happened
be
to
depressed.
Kittens and Carnage? You're supposed to show bad
Yeah, where's the
things.
fucking
You're
kittens,
supposed to
Gene?
Well,
chuck
we're trying to
kittens during
exclusively
it.
cover the
You're
Israel
just only
Hamas
doing
conflict tonight.
carnage and
Yes.
making people sad.
You
need
should have put a
more
little bit of
kittens.
that in here.
A little bit of kittens, just every once in a while. It'll
Timmy,
make a big
turn
difference.
I forgot that.
Timmy, turn your camera on to add to the cuteness of the stream.
Turn my I don't have any pants on.
Yeah, that'll help add to the
IDF
cuteness.
raided his place.
Yeah.
And stripped him of all his clothes.
If we stop caring about stories, if we stop telling our stories, if we stop listening to our parents,
it'd be so
we
cute.
create space, we create vacuum for others to
Adorable.
occupy this
Look at his
virtual
little
space in our past, in our heart.
Shut up, Timmy. I mean, Gene.
It's my fault.
Oh, I remember. We saw that.
Mm-hmm. Who
Oh,
found
I
it?
doubt-
We are not numbers.
Showing us
A writing
footage.
project for young Palestinians. See, he's a terrorist. He's like engaging in these propaganda writing projects.
It's no good.
Gaza writes back.
But if you already saw it, why are you watching it again?
Well, it was just a clip of some like other like
I don't want to
news
see it.
video that we saw like a month ago.
Oh, why show it again?
So that a child, somewhere in Gaza.
I didn't know it was.
Did you not edit
awaiting
this?
his death.
Gene?
No.
We left in a blue.
Oh. Okay.
What the fuck, Jane? Why didn't you edit this?
Okay, let's just get to the next.
You need to become their editor, their channel.
Right.
You can edit what you're gonna cover on this channel.
So this is Israel's deputy mayor. So similar to, like I said, their president claimed that all citizens of Gaza are partially responsible. So there are no innocent like Palestinians in Gaza. Their deputy mayor stated they are not human beings and not human animals. They are
Isn't that what Hitler
subhuman,
said?
and that is how they should be treated. Israel's deputy mayor of Jerusalem. So I don't know how to pronounce his name. Something Kang. Well, it's,
I'm pretty
well,
sure that's exactly what Hitler said.
I'm sure you could probably find quotes from Hitler or other tyrants like Pol Pot or King Leopold II that parallel what he's quoting right here.
Missy, did you hear about the Uber driver that we had? That
oh my God, Shab.
Well, it's kind of
Nothing
related
to do with
because he told me that I was subhuman, basically.
Stop.
He was black and we were all white in the car, and he starts talking about stuff and he
what
literally
he was saying was stupid, but
he
was
literally
claiming
told
that
me that he was racially superior to him or to me. He
was
straight
talking
up told
about
me that.
What?
Yeah, he said we
claiming
can
that
we're smart. He said
black
we're
people-
smarter. We can run faster. We're stronger. He started going on about that. Like that's similar.
Okay,
he
so
thinks
what
white
he was
people are
saying was
subhuman.
unethical, but like that's different
wild.
than saying they're subhuman in terms of like if they die, it doesn't even.
I guess
it
whatever.
doesn't even matter.
He was racist, and these people are they're racist, right, Gene?
It's like two different extremes
Holy
of racism,
shit.
though.
Yeah.
There's a difference between like I hate people of this race. I don't want my daughter dating somebody of that race, and I think people of this race should all be shot in the back of the
I
head.
know.
They're two different extremes.
You don't have to. Fuck you, Gene. Okay. Fuck you right in your ass. Okay. Fucking bitch.
Hey, this is a scenario that's racist. Like, let me find some other kind of scenario of racism. And there
Shut
you
up.
go. They're the same.
Missy never heard about our awesome fucking. Shut up. Why can't we tell our awesome
wild.
story and brag about our racist Uber driver, Jane? Just get with it, bitch. Okay. It's cool bragging rights. It was funny because he was me and the driver the dude kept on talking the whole time and like debating, and they're in the back like they're agreeing with his
You
stuff.
must have made them so uncomfortable.
Well, no, he wasn't. Like we were both just going back and forth. He wasn't uncomfortable. He was straight up telling me like we're
No, not him. I'm talking about Gene and everyone else.
yeah,
sitting in
well,
the
yeah, it
back
was Gene and Bill Hicks,
No,
and they
Bill
were
Hicks and I were just trolling him.
well, yeah, but
That's
they were agreeing with him to try to get to just like like not cause
Get
any
him.
conflict.
Yeah.
And they
You're
were
like, "Yep,
they said they were
you
like
guys are gods."
they said they were like worried about whether like I might piss him off because I'm sitting there just debating him the whole ride.
Oh, that's
It
hilarious.
was funny. He did say he was a boxer too.
They
would've
thought that he was gonna shoot you, and they got scared. Were you scared, Bill Hicks?
To be
Was it
fair,
scary?
he was talking about like firmament Earth.
Yeah,
Were you
so he
scared?
was a flat earth.
Okay, back on topic, Shab. You're derailing it.
I'm sorry.
Were you scared, Gene? don't want to answer the question, do you?
Gene was
I don't
scared.
know. Bill Hicks was there. Did I seem scared, Bill Hicks?
You were scared.
I had a big smirk.
It's okay to be scared.
Okay, let's continue watching this.
Uh-oh.
ولا أحد ينظر إلينا ولا إلى حجم الكارثة والجريمة التي نعيشها في غزة.
That's not okay.
Can't.
I'm sad.
Well, we covered earlier that there's been a large amount of journalists that have died, like covering like this.
I know, but I don't want to watch somebody cry.
It's just so sad that it's such a sad situation that fucking the news, you turn on the news and the news is both the people on
Like
there are
they're
just crying. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how fucked up
she's
everything is.
part of some Gaza news network, so clearly she's just planted there by Hamas and stuff, and she's just hamming it up to make it seem like it's more serious than it is. I've cracked the code. Hamas, they're terrorists.
You are such a pedantic fuck.
لا حماية لا حماية دولية لا حماية
Now, to be fair, it's like people are making these kind of fucking arguments. It's like you have people to the extreme, like for like Israel and stuff, and they are saying that like, oh, all of the civilian deaths, it's all Hamas rockets and everything, artillery. It's like, oh no, like pretty much everyone being killed are Hamas militants, and it's just it's denialism to the apex.
على الإطلاق ولا حصانة لأي شيء لا تحمينا هذه الدروع ولا تحمينا هذه القبعات إنها مجرد شعارات نرتديها فقط هي لا تحمي أي صحفي على الإطلاق لا تحمينا هذه الدروع ولا هذه ما نرتديها فقط هي شعارات فقط نحن هنا ضحايا على الهواء مباشرة نفقد الأرواح واحدا تلو الآخر بلا أي ثمن نمضي شهداء فقط مع.
Yeah, they're just putting on a play. Putting on some
you can
theatrical
still
performance.
Some sort
Hamas
of
propaganda.
Voice. You're a jackass.
نحن ننتظر الدور واحدا تلو الآخر زميلنا محمد أبو حطب كان هنا منذ نصف ساعة فقط وغادرنا الآن هو وزوجته وابنه وأخيه وكثير من عائلته هم ضحايا هنا في داخل المستشفى.
That's great.
Great actor.
Face is an actor.
Better than you, Gene.
Yeah, probably.
Like to see you act that good. I want to hear you cry like that.
I actually
Can
posted
you cry
this.
like that for me, Gene?
Wait, Miss A, I posted this like
I want you to
2
cry
weeks
like
back.
that for me, Gene. I don't care what you posted. I want you to cry like that for me.
I don't have the capability to cry.
See, you're not a good actor.
Oh, somebody gonna get hurt?
So I asked this in Gene's questions. Was this dude murdered? So this is some civilian.
Are you sure this is gonna be okay to play?
Yeah, I don't know if someone's gonna get like blown up. You might not like. Come on.
It's a news segment, so
Oh.
I don't think this is gonna be okay.
So do you think he was murdered? Do you think it was an accident? It's probably Hamas. One of their bullets misfired.
They were doing dumb bullets too, and just shooting randomly, and it just happened to hit him. It was an accident, just like all the other millions.
He
of deaths
was throwing rocks at the IDF, and I mean,
what a
you could
shit.
be killed if like you get hit in the head with a rock. So I mean, police officers in America, they'd use that as an excuse to litter somebody with bullets. But what do you think? Do you think that was a Hamas militant?
It was an accident. I said dumb bullets.
No, I think that was a man that was mad.
He was part of their like I don't know rock flinging platoon. Yeah, so he was one of the specialists in like that area, trained in
like Dennis the Menace with a slingshot. The fuck
Yeah.
are you talking about? Like, no, he was just a mad, angry man and throwing rocks because he was frustrated.
All right, on to the
He
next
didn't know
thing,
else to
Gene.
do.
What's next? Whoa!
Okay, so covered some of the more recent stuff, so let's get into some of the history behind the conflict.
Hey, Drunken Crow.
The man himself.
Where's Crow?
He's in the chat.
See that come in at a good time. Yes, it's a wonderful time, Drunken Crow.
Yeah, Gene's pissing me off. And I've had
So,
vodka.
tracing the historical roots of the Palestine-Israel conflict. So the conflict dates
Why
back
do you
to the late
always wanna
19th century.
bore the shit out of
It's history. It's education.
We'll get
Some
on.
people like learning.
We'll get back to the neat stuff next. Let him say the boring info stuff.
Okay.
Well, you were asking about this earlier, so this is going to go through everything.
The conflict dates back to the late 19th
Here, Chad,
century.
you read these.
When
That's
Zionist
fun.
immigrated to Palestine increased. Wait, so when Zionist immigration to Palestine increased. I thought you wrote it wrong at first. Shut up.
You read it wrong.
Leading to tensions between Jewish and Arab communities. Arab. Whatever. I can pronounce it however I want, Gene. Fucking bitch.
Arab. What?
Okay.
What's the difference? How do you spell Arab instead of Arab?
I don't think Arab is a word.
Arab.
Or Arab.
It is, because they have a song that says Arab money.
No,
It's
well,
definitely a word.
The Balfour Declaration in 1917 by the British government favored the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Further, exasperating.
Do you really not know how to read that word?
I can read it. I'm just
okay. I'm about to say. Like, I share this out on Twitter with all the hashtags, and there's probably going to be some like refugee from like Gaza.
Yeah.
They're in like Turkey right now, and they click on this video, and it's like, it's meant to be.
They would hate us. But I mean, they'd hate you. The mass exodus of Jews after the Holocaust and the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 intensified the conflict, leading to decades of territorial disputes and violence.
No, Shad. 1917. Do you know which war was going on at that time?
The first one.
The war on beer.
No.
Was that it? No?
The first one.
So
Wasn't it the first one?
Yeah, World War One.
World War
Great
One.
War. Do you know which years the Great War took place?
I don't know how long World War One went on for.
It was 1914 to 1918.
You just said 1917. Oh, you said it happened between 1914 and 1918. Okay, so just 4 years, huh?
So, World War II.
Yeah, babe.
Do you know what years that went on?
No.
1939.
5 to 30 or 42
No.
or something.
1939 to 1945.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So it's only 6 years. Huh.
Yeah. And it was something like 40 to 80 million casualties.
Yeah.
Or
crazy.
How many casualties do you think there have been now between?
Well, it hasn't reached the millions mark yet, so pretty like if hundreds of thousands of people die in a war, that's considered a big, huge, notable military conflict. And
but I think there's that amount of people have died so far, right?
I don't think they've got there's like 2-point-something million people in Gaza.
Oh.
So if millions of people die, the entire they're probably going to try. Like I wouldn't be shocked if we get to the 1 million mark. But
yeah, we were looking at the numbers earlier. It's more like
tens of thousands.
No, there was like 100,000 dead. It was
yeah,
more
but
than
that's
100,000.
tens of thousands would be like 100,000. Because hundreds of thousands would be multiple 100,000. So usually
Yeah, but if you say tens of thousands, someone is going to think like 40,000. They're not going to think 100,000.
Well, close to 100K or around
Right,
100K.
that's
whatever.
what you should say.
I don't know where you learned how to talk, Jane.
Right?
Fucking
Like,
idiot.
people aren't going to think 100,000 if you say that.
So the late 19th century. So
okay,
Zionism. So pretty much dates back 1896, publication of Theodor Herzl, The Jewish
How do
State.
you pronounce 2 A's in a row?
I don't know, but which
it's
argued
his last name. Der
How do you pronounce
Juden State.
Is it 8? Like state? Like, is that how do you pronounce that?
Maybe stop.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how things work.
So essentially, they're claiming that because like Judaism's a race, it's because Jews are an ethnic group of people, they should have their own state because each ethnic group should have their own sovereign state. So pretty much what was going on is that this was a movement that was going on throughout like the earlier half of the 20th century, and like they were considering giving the Jewish population Madagascar, because Madagascar was a colony of France. But they chose Israel, even though it's surrounded by Muslim territories, and there's already a significant number of like indigenous people living there because of religion. And my thing is, I think out of all the territories they had, you had the Falkland Islands, which is larger in area than Israel. And it's just, they could have given them that, and there's pretty much no indigenous population on the Falkland Islands.
Madagascar was not the Holy Land, Gene.
Exactly. Well, I don't think they should have given them Madagascar either, because there is a decent amount of people.
Epic, Bill Hicks. You have that correct.
Epic.
It's very
You guys love focusing on the important stuff, important details.
He's got a nice beard.
Early 20th century, 1901, establishment of the Jewish National Fund, aimed at buying and developing land in Palestine for Jewish settlements. So essentially a bunch of rich...
Why? What are you laughing about, Missy?
His hair.
Oh! You're silly, Missy. She's really... You need to take shots, Jane, and you might understand Missy right now. Go on, read the second part now, Gene.
Sorry.
Well, essentially, even though they weren't technically, I guess, citizens of like that particular land in which was Palestine at the time, or it's like Israel, Jerusalem, that particular area, a bunch of Jewish like capitalist corporations were buying out large amounts of land in Palestine. And even though I guess it technically wasn't their like own land on a legal basis, in the same way the government controls the land within a set of borders, they controlled it on a private sort of I guess capital level. And due to that, it's like that pretty much led to them, I guess, having a notable foothold there, leading up to Britain pretty much sequestering that land for them, or partitioning that land for them. So 1917, what is it? Of the Balfour Declaration by the British government supporting the establishment of national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. So examining the British mandate in Palestine. So impact analysis. The British mandate in Palestine lasted from 1920 to 1948. It was established after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. So the Ottoman Empire, which I have a map later, the mandate aimed to prepare Palestine for self-governance. It had significant consequences for the future of Israel and Palestine, no doubt. Okay.
Is there going to be a quiz after this, teacher? I just need to know it.
Yes, and Gene's he's gonna spank us for every answer we get wrong. This is gonna be some kinky
Shab,
shit.
do you know which war Palestine or the Ottoman Empire collapsed?
No, I do not know, Gene.
The 700
year
war.
You want me to guess? This is World War II.
World War One.
Oh, well, that's my second guess. World War One.
Now, there was a movie that we actually watched that was about the
why didn't I say World War One? It says 1914 on the screen.
That is World War One. Yeah.
That's my point, bitch. Pay attention, yo. Damn. Oh. What were you saying?
But when it came to that front of the war in the Ottoman Empire, do you know what film we watched that actually dealt with like the British government?
The kissing one?
Supporting? No.
The pianist.
You think that was World War One?
I don't. Oh no.
Very
no.
Lawrence of Arabia.
The one where the bitch cheated?
Gene is so disappointed right now.
I think I know the one where the bitch cheated and she got what was coming to her. I seen that. Is that the right movie?
Essentially, the Ottoman Empire. Think of it kind of like.
I think I have the right movie.
Gene is so disappointed.
Is that not the one with the cave and the bitch?
No.
Like the chick.
Cave and a bitch.
Cheats.
Talking about crouching tiger, hidden dragon.
No.
There's a cave and a bitch in that movie.
There's one. Okay, never mind. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the name of the movie was we watched.
Need to find a new co-host.
You want Missy?
I think you're thinking of the English Patient.
Talking about the one.
Oh, that one has a cave and a bitch too. The English Patient.
I think it has
the plane, and they're in the desert, and they're doing a lot of like fucking in like the middle of it.
Maybe. What's the guy? What's that one movie with the guy? He has a swastika across his chest, and he's
Edward Norton. You're talking about the Painted Veil?
American.
Yeah, that.
The Painted Veil was about the cholera epidemic in China.
When was
It
that?
was even based around a war.
Well, I thought there was. I don't know.
I just said a movie that took place in like Turkey, like in the Ottoman Empire during World War One.
I can't remember everything about all these movies, Gene. Okay.
But I just told you that the film took place in the Middle East and the Ottoman Empire during World War One and was based around.
I don't know where places are, Gene. Okay.
But one's a movie that isn't even about war at all. It is about a cholera
I thought there was
epidemic.
a war going on or something in that too.
No, there wasn't.
I don't know.
Jesus Christ,
Damn.
Shab.
That was really high. Gene's such a bully, isn't he, Timmy?
Yeah.
But pretty much, Turkey, think of the Ottoman Empire like in the same way you had the British Empire. They controlled Canada, India, South Africa, and everything. Pretty much like all these territories, Egypt, Libya, so forth, a decent chunk of Saudi Arabia. They pretty much were colonies of Turkey. So in a way, it was kind of like the Turkish Empire. And, okay, what the fuck are you doing, Chab?
I'm sorry.
Can we at least allow some amount of time to go by?
I didn't know you could hear me giggling or whatever.
But they also annexed much of the Balkan Peninsula. So for a while, Greece and Romania and stuff, and a lot of European countries were colonies of like Turkey and the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire actually had a slave trade, the Arab slave trade, or I guess it was the Ottoman Empire and like Arabia, and there were more slaves trafficked in the Arab slave trade than in the transatlantic slave trade. And the Ottoman Empire rose in around like the end of the Crusades, which was like in the 12th century. And then it pretty much was a dominant power, and it cut off trade between, like you see here, it cut off trade between the East and the West. So that's why the Age of Exploration happened, where they're trying to find alternative trade routes to the East, like China, and that pretty much sparked the colonial age. So Turkey or the Ottomans pretty much annexed a third of Europe, or I guess like a fourth of Europe. And then that led to Europeans finding an alternative trade route to the East, which pretty much led to them colonizing pretty much most of the fucking planet. So yeah, so it shows the kind of domino effect. But in World War I, you had do you know who the two big I guess powers were in Europe who were invading the rest of Europe? Sparked the war?
Germany.
And?
Germany. I don't know.
The Austrian-Hungarian Empire.
That one too. Yeah.
And the Austrian-Hungarian Empire made up, like, of course, Austria, Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, I believe, like, Albania was part of it. I believe Italy at the time. I think Italy didn't become a sovereign state until after World War I, but it probably a third of all the countries in Europe today were part of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and the Yugoslavia, which was also like made up like 7-8 different European states, broke off from the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. So it was pretty fucking big. So it was the Ottoman Empire, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and Germany against the Western Front, which was Britain, France, and the United States, and some other European allies like the Netherlands and so forth. In World War I, you had it was trench warfare. So it turned into a stalemate very early on in the war. And you had the Western Front, which was like a trench system that went from pretty much the coast of the Mediterranean Sea bordering Italy all the way up to like the Netherlands. So it pretty much crossed throughout the entire border of Germany and Austria-Hungary. So Britain got involved and sent troops into like saboteurs into the Ottoman Empire, and that's where like Lawrence Arabia took place, where they helped like all the rebel groups that wanted to separate from the Ottoman Empire. They helped give them supplies, ammo, and everything, and assisted them in, I guess, breaking off from the government or whatever in order to, a way to, I guess, dismantle their foothold in the area. So here you go, the partition of the Ottoman Empire. So October 30th, 1918 to November 1st, 1922. So after World War I, you had the, do you know what union was established to try to prevent another war from happening?
Yes.
Which union?
I don't want to tell you.
Come on.
Western Union?
Okay, well, I was expecting you to say the United Nations, but it wasn't the United Nations. It was the League of Nations, which was like 6-7 countries. It was like the United States, Britain, France, and a few other countries. But essentially, they decided, like, hey, colonialism was pretty much the cause of World War I. So you had the grab for Africa and everything, and all these nations were just competing over land and territory. So once they pretty much, like, I guess, subdued the government in the Ottoman Empire, what do you think Britain and France tried to do?
Take over.
Yeah, break it up and colonize it themselves.
Talking about this?
Yeah. So, well, this is the reason why there's so much tension now. So pretty much the Ottoman Empire divided into like several different states and everything. And you can see France took control of like Syria. They gave Turkey like its own independence. Britain controlled like much of what's like Lebanon and Jordan and so forth. And Iran, which was called Persia up until like the 50s. And then they gave Saudi Arabia its own, its own territory. But they decide that now that Britain and France colonized this region, it's like, okay, we'll start working with the Jewish population to carve out half of what was Palestine and give it to the Israelis, or to give it to the Jewish people.
I think Persia is a cooler name.
Yeah.
Should have kept that.
So 1920, so like interwar period.
See, Messi agrees.
So the establishment of the British Mandate for Palestine by the League of Nations, giving Britain administrative control over Palestine. 1922, you're making a bunch of noise, the creaking of your chair. Confirmation of the British Mandate, which included the Balfour Declaration.
Did you just scold him like a teacher?
Gene's got to yell at me sometimes.
Violent Arab-Jewish clashes in Palestine, notably the Hebron massacre. So this was something that took place. So they'll point to this where, initially when the Jewish people were present, they weren't accepting of like the new Jewish population. They got together and massacred some of them. But one of the big issues is they were buying out tons and tons and tons of land. So pretty much they were making it so a large percentage of people that had been living there for generations and generations didn't have access to farming and agriculture. They didn't have access to work. So that's something that a lot of people who like to, I guess, white knight Israel like to ignore. And it's also the fact that it's kind of like what the United States did with, why am I forgetting the country's name? In Liberia, I believe, in Africa, where they took a bunch of like African slaves after the Civil War, and they were trying to send them all to Liberia in Africa, and that caused a lot of problems because it's the people that are already there. Now you got all these interlopers. Now you got all these new people that are just encroaching on the land. So you had that displacement. So that's kind of what they were doing here. It's like, hey, let's take a large group of people who aren't living here in the last 2 or 3 generations, and let's just place 1,000,000-something people into this territory. And then a bunch of people need to relocate. Why? Because half of the territory has been carved out and kind of sequestered by the British government. So this is where Britain kind of plays a big role in why things are so fucked up in this region now. They didn't really do a good job, I guess, working with the Palestinians. And
you seem to be getting a real big kick out of that too.
What do you mean, a kick?
Just saying. You seem quite enthused that Britain did not do a good job.
I'm not enthused.
What the fuck, Gene?
My attitude is just...
You seem happy about it.
I think you're misreading things.
He just doesn't... He's not good at it. He's not good at reflecting his voice or whatever. So he's retarded.
You sound pleased.
Remember, he has that problem.
Well, the point is, Britain's being kind of stupid, so I'm kind of smiling, laughing at the idea. No.
Anybody being stupid, whether it's a country or whatever, I think you find.
Yeah, it makes me feel better. Cute. But
makes Gene feel better about himself. That's why he keeps me around.
Okay, so here, World War II and the aftermath, 1933 to 1945, the Nazi era of Germany, with the Holocaust resulting. So, the Nazi Party had control of Germany from 1933 to 1945, but World War II started, where they invaded Poland and like France in 1939. So 6 years after they, I guess they took control legally of Germany, but Nazi-era Germany with the Holocaust resulting in the murder of approximately 6 million European Jews and at least 5 million gypsies, POWs, homosexuals, and other victims.
I wonder how many homosexuals. I'm just curious what that number is.
I don't know. Well, I think that second to the Jewish population, they made up the largest chunk of people that were like victims during the Holocaust. I think it was the Gypsies. They were the other ethnic group or race that dealt with the second largest blow. Then I think POWs made up the third largest number of casualties.
Huh. Yeah.
But the Nazis, it was anybody disabled, anybody who, so if you had Down syndrome, bullet to the head. If you were paralyzed from the waist down, bullet to the head.
Well, you're fucked then, Gene, if you were there.
Yeah. So, 1939,
bullet to the head.
The British white paper limiting
He'll
Jewish
start
immigration to
they'll
Palestine.
be like, bullet to a head.
Jewish immigration to Palestine amidst rising tensions
Just
and
make
Arab
him shut the fuck
opposition.
up, bullet to
So,
the head.
one issue in World War II is a lot of countries, even countries like Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland, stuff, they did not let Jewish refugees in because they were trying to stay neutral and stuff. They didn't want to piss off any of the powers and get provoke them into invading them. And because of that, they didn't really know about the Holocaust and they didn't know that it was going on. So a lot of countries have issued public apologies for, or I guess like national apologies for rejecting asylum to Jewish refugees in World War II. So 1945,
I don't know how you couldn't see that was going on. It's so wild.
Well, people didn't know. Like you had the Dictator, which was like a film mocking like Hitler, Nazi Germany, and it was like Charlie Chaplin film. And he apologized and denounced the film because he said he never would have worked on that film if he knew what was going on inside like Germany at the time. So people were very people knew that Germany was very fascist and authoritarian, but they didn't have internet. They didn't have journalists that could go in with like smartphones or like where they could film it and then I guess send it back to like headquarters via internet, satellite, and so forth. So people were in the dark. And then after they liberated, like Russia, Britain, and the U.S. liberated much of Europe, they then went in and found all the camps and discovered what happened. And the world was fucking shocked. Legal. Establishment of Israel in 1947. The United Nations approves a plan. So the UN, so the League of Nations was abolished after World War II because it didn't really work. The League of Nations was supposed to prevent another world war from happening. Didn't. And you can kind of see that they made a lot of the mistakes that all the countries made prior, which led to World War I, such as colonizing. So then World War II ended, and when they abolished the League of Nations, they replaced it with the United Nations. And the problem with the League of Nations is it was more of an elitist group. It's like, hey, all these other less sophisticated countries can't be involved. You got to let us, like the more sophisticated countries like the US and Britain, call the shots. So the UN, of course, it's like, okay, any sovereign state can join if they want to, or can request to join. And one of the first agreements that they made when the UN was established was all colonies had to go. The United States had to get rid of its what was classified as a colony. So we controlled the Philippines. It was a U.S. territory and like Cuba and stuff, but we had to relinquish control of those territories because they fell within the UN's parameters of what a colony it was. But for some reason, like Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa. For some reason, those didn't fall within the definition or their standards of what a colony was, but the Philippines did. Now, the odd thing is the Philippines has a population of like 100 million. So just think of that. If the United States was allowed to keep the Philippines, we have a population of like 300 something million. We would have an additional 100 million people if we still had some of those colonies. But Japan had to like relinquish control of like Taiwan and Korea because they colonized those before World War II. So, and then of course, like all like Britain and stuff, they had to relinquish, like give sovereignty back to India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, a third of all the countries in Africa, British Guyana. France had to relinquish control of a third of Africa, and Cambodia, Vietnam. So Indonesia was controlled by the Dutch. Indonesia has like 270 million something people in it. So they had to relinquish control of that. So the world stage went from being like 20, 30 countries to being around like 180 something countries.
That's fascinating. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Gene is so knowledgeable, isn't he, Missy? This is amazing. All right.
So, exploring the UN's partition plan. Overview of plan. The UN proposed a partition plan for Palestine in 1947. Territorial divisions. The plan suggested dividing Palestine into a separate Jewish and Arab states. International reaction. The partition plan was met with mixed responses from different nations. So, of course, like, it's like, it's kind of like, think of it like the indigenous population of America, where we came in, set up a bunch of colonies. I'm not being racist. Okay, but after the Treaty of Paris, when the United States was established as its own sovereign state, where pretty much France allowed us to keep all of the territory that was like east of the Mississippi. Then you had like the Louisiana Purchase, where Napoleon sold us all the land that was from like Louisiana up to Montana and everything. So you had manifested like destiny, where because we controlled that land, we decide like we're eventually going to use the land and set up settlements and stuff, but you had all the Native Americans there. So it's kind of like, okay, you have this indigenous population that's there, so it's their fault for not, and that's an argument that a lot of people make even today. It's like, well, they didn't really cooperate with the Americans that were moving west and stuff. They kept fighting them. It's like because they were already living there. And then a bunch of like foreign like invaders came in and started setting up like mining sort of like towns and settlements, fur trade settlements, like on these different locations where they already had settlements. And it's kind of like a similar scenario. It's like, hey, let's take a large amount of people and just drop them off into this very small sort of region. And this region that also like already has a fairly small surface area. Let's take half of it and take it away from the Palestinians and then allot it to the Jewish people. I don't know. Maybe I should just say Jews.
I don't know. I think it might be offensive.
I'm offended. I'm offended. Fuck you, Jim.
So, of course, things didn't go well. So that led to the first Arab-Israel War. So from May 15th, 1948, March 10th, 1949. So positive aspects. The war marked
Are
the
we
first
going
major
all
conflict.
the way to 2023?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Following the partition plan, it led to the establishment of the State of Israel. The victory of Israel resulted in an increase in its territorial extent. So I guess this is positive and negative in the sense of Israel. But the war resulted in a large number of casualties and displacement of Palestinian Arabs. It intensified the Arab-Israeli conflict and created long-lasting tensions in the region. The war led to the loss of land and property for the Palestinian Arabs. So maybe I should have read over that. It's a bit redundant.
You are redundant, Gene.
After the war,
That's what I'm saying.
Let the man read, Missy. We'll get to the next video soon.
Okay.
It'll be great.
Okay.
So once they partitioned the land,
I had vodka.
don't drink before you come to class next time. So post 1948 developments. So 1967, you had the 6 Days War, resulting in Israeli control over the West Bank, Gaza Strip, Sinai Peninsula, and the Golan Heights. You had the 1973 Yom Kippur War, the 1979, the Israeli-Egypt peace treaty, the first between Israel and an Arab country. So Egypt, out of all these Arab countries, I believe, was the first one to actually recognize them as their own state. And then you had 1993 to 1995, the Oslo Accords, a series of agreements between Israel and Palestine Liberation Organization, so the PLO. So
yeah, right.
Now we have the 6 Day War. So positive consequences. The Israeli victory in the war led to the annexation of East Jerusalem, uniting the city under Israeli control. Israel gained control over the Gaza Strip, Sinai Peninsula. Yeah, we already went over that. The war led to a shift in regional power dynamics and cemented Israel's position as a formidable military force in the region. So it pretty much became the major military power in the Middle East. So becoming pretty much a micro power on the world stage. So negative consequences, the war resulted in the displacement of hundreds and thousands. So it's going to be a common theme in all these wars. So as you can see that they just keep the land, just surface area of Palestine just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Even more Palestinians continue to get displaced. Contributing to a long-standing refugee crisis, the occupation of nearly newly acquired territories by Israel created ongoing conflicts and tensions with neighboring Arab countries. The international community condemned Israel's annexation and occupation, leading to strained diplomatic relations. But they do well with the United States because they have a lot of military strength and they help us get oil.
Yeah.
So factors of escalation. So the pan-Arab nationalism, Egyptian president Gamal Abdel, I can't pronounce his name, a proponent of pan-Arab nationalism, sought to unite the Arab world against Israel. His rhetoric and actions, including the nationalization of the Suez Canal in 1946. So you had the Suez Crisis in 1956. So essentially, Britain controlled the Suez Canal. They still control the Gibraltar Strait, and the United States controlled the Panama Canal. And the Suez Crisis, the U.S. and the Soviets had to get involved. And essentially, a lot of historians consider that the moment in history, which was the period where Britain was no longer a military power, where pretty much other head honchos had to tell Britain, yeah, you can't do this. And it kind of showed that, you know what, they're no longer one of the head honchos when it comes to, I guess, policing the globe. So after that, the Egypt had control of the Sinai Peninsula and the rest of Egypt. So they control the Suez Canal. And currently it's something like 20-something% of the world's trade goes in and out of the Suez Canal. So my thing is, I think maybe the UN should control the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, and the Gibraltar Strait. You have international waters, which are pretty much regulated by the UN. So in the same way, like, I guess Antarctica, there's the Antarctic Treaty where no one owns Antarctica. I think there should probably be something like that where these pathways that are very crucial to world trade, where if you didn't have the Suez Canal, you'd have to sail all the way around Africa to get from Europe to like India, China, and so forth. And if it wasn't for the Panama Canal, you'd have to sail all the way around South America instead of going through Central America. So I do think that maybe there should be some kind of agreement where they're, I don't know, just controlled by the UN Security Council or something. But So misinformation and miscalculations. The period leading up to the war was marked by significant misinformation, miscalculations. For example, Soviet intelligence. So this where the Cold War kind of plays its part, where it's like, okay, Israel, Saudi Arabia, there are big sources of military strength. They're a big foothold in the region. So in the same way we try to fuck with the Soviets' relationships with other foreign states, they would try to fuck with our relationships with other foreign states. So they were trying to help out like Egypt and the surrounding Arab countries annex Israel by giving them information, but their intel sucked. So they incorrectly informed Egypt that Israel massing troops on the Syrian border, prompting Egypt to mobilize its own forces. So, Israel military strategy, swift surprise attack. Israel launched a surprise attack against Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, overwhelming their forces and quickly gaining the upper hand. The element of surprise allowed Israel to achieve significant territorial gains and cripple the combined forces of its adversaries. So what they did is essentially they used their pretty much their planes to bomb all of their airfields and stuff, which gave them air superiority. And in modern warfare, if you control the skies, you've pretty much won the fucking war, as long as it's some notable ground battle. Or when I say notable ground, I mean as long as it's a conventional war like Desert Storm or whatever between two military states. Air superiority doesn't really work when you're occupying a country and you want to control it, and then people don't want to comply. Then they hide out in tunnels and caves, and they don't submit. So it's good for defeating other countries' armies and militaries and navies. It's not so good if you want to colonize a country and control it, because then the people can take up arms and hide in bunkers and stuff, and then come out and engage in. They can use guerrilla warfare tactics. So power shift in the Middle East. So the Six-Day War resulted in a significant shift in power dynamics within the Middle East. New boundaries were established, altering the political landscape of the region. Israel gained control over the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip, West Bank, and Golan Heights. And the Golan Heights, I believe, are part of Jordan. And this war led to long-lasting implications for regional conflict and peace negotiations. Israel's victorious expansions and territorial gains. So here's a map. So here all of this Sinai Peninsula, so they annex all of this from Egypt and they control it up until like the 70s and everything. And then they started to, now they occupy the West Bank, they occupy Gaza, and I don't think they ceded the territories of the Golan Heights yet to Jordan. So, Israel claimed victory, blah, blah, blah. So the Sinai Peninsula provided strategic access to the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, enhancing Israel's security and regional influence. Control over the Gaza Strip allowed Israel to manage border security and counter threats in the militant groups operating in the area, gaining the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, enabled Israel to assert control over holy sites and explain settlements in the disputed territory, or expand. So, Yom Kippur War. October 6, 1973 to October 25th, 1973.
What?
So this is more of like a 30 days war.
That was 2 weeks.
Or 2 weeks, whatever.
Like that.
Egypt and Syria sought to regain territories lost to Israel. Egypt and Syria launched a coordinated surprise attack on Israel on Yom Kippur, a major Jewish holiday. Egyptian forces crossed the Suez Canal, breaching the Bar-Lev line in Sinai. Syrian troops attacked the Golan Heights. Whatever. Or maybe I gotta look that up. I probably should have done better. Should have prepared more for the stream. Did everything last
time. You're so fucking dumb, Gene.
Well, I forget whether it's Lebanon or Syria.
I can't believe you.
The region.
You're an idiot. Idiot, Gene.
Okay, it was Syria.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Still in
So, initial successes of Egypt in Syria. So, Egyptian forces initially made significant gains in the Sinai Peninsula. Syrian army advanced into the Golan Heights, but their progress was slower than Egypt's. So, Israeli mobilization. So, Israel rapidly mobilized its reverse forces. The United States initiated a strategic airlift to resupply Israel forces. So, the United States got involved, helped their friend. Turning point. About a week into the war, Israel forces began to turn the tide. In the Sinai, Israel troops crossed the Suez Canal, encircling the Egyptian Third Army. So, in the Golan Heights, Israel forces pushed back the Syrians. So they pretty much flanked them by taking advantage of their control of the Sinai Peninsula. So Egypt, Israel begin ceasefires. So international diplomacy and ceasefire, intense international diplomatic efforts, particularly by the United States and the Soviet Union, the United Nations. Brokered ceasefire was initially ignored, but eventually took effect. Ceasefire officially began on October 25th, 1973. So aftermath, significant casualties on both sides. The war led to a realization in the Arab world that Israel could not be easily defeated militarily. So paved the way for subsequent peace negotiations, particularly between Israel and Egypt. So territory contention and challenges to peace. Captured territories are a major point of contention in the Arab-Israeli conflict. The status of these territories, such as the West Bank and Gaza Strip, is highly disputed. Both Palestinians and Israelis claim ownership of these territories, leading to ongoing conflicts and negotiations. The issue of settlements and borders further complicates the situation. The captured territories serve as a symbolic and strategic importance for both sides. They hold historical and religious significance, adding to the complexities of reaching a peaceful resolution. Efforts to find a mutually acceptable solution have been made through peace talks and international mediation. However, the question of territorial control remains a key obstacle to achieving lasting peace. So, the Oslo Accords. So, the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993. Marking a major breakthrough in Israeli-Palestinian relations. So these are the agreements that are supposed to mark the territories of Palestine, which you'll see that Israel hasn't really been abiding by this agreement. And the agreement established a framework for peaceful negotiations and the eventual creation of a Palestinian state.
Doesn't Bill Clinton look oddly red in that last picture?
Yeah, whatever. Okay, so Israel. So here we go. This is the West Bank. So you had Gaza and the West Bank, and this is the other, like, I guess, part or enclave of Palestine. So in the red, these are all like territories and stuff where there's a bunch of Israeli settlements, towns, and everything that are acting as if they're just. They're pretty much functioning as if they're no different than settlements outside the West Bank in terms of being part of Israel. So this is all supposed to be based on the Oslo agreements and everything. This is supposed to be all part of Palestine. Now you see the blue and stuff. Those are the areas that still have Palestinian citizens living there. So if they want to travel to any of these other locations, any of these enclaves or islets or whatever, they pretty much have to go through a bunch of different checkpoints. So let's say you live here, you want to see your neighbor who's only a few miles away, and one of these territories up here, you might have to go through several checkpoints. Just travel up there. That makes things very tedious just to go about your day-to-day life, run simple errands. And it makes I guess any sort of business and stuff extremely complicated because you got all the bureaucratic sort of red tape that you got to deal with when it comes to just dealing with any sort of I guess legality or any sort of economic sort of logistics between all of these different separated territories where these are all supposed to be one large solid territory, and they're shrinking because Israel continues to set up more and more settlements that, based on the UN, are illegal settlements. So the West Banks are communities established by Israel on territories it captured during the 1967 Six-Day War, and they have been a source of significant controversy and conflict. These settlements are considered illegal under international law, particularly by the United Nations and the International Court of Justice, as they violate the Fourth Geneva Convention, which prohibits an occupying power from transferring its civilian population into the territory of its occupants. So they're colonizing it. They've annexed it, and then they've sent in a bunch of their own citizens to set up towns and residents there. So now the fucked up thing is, if they try to cede back sovereignty to this area, well, now you got a bunch of Israeli citizens that live here and everything. So are they going to have to relocate? Are they going to have to just accept citizenship inside Palestine? But I mean, they're Jewish citizens, so do they want to be part of that's the problem. So if they want to be part of the Jewish state, which is Israel, then they'd have to relocate. And I guess if the Palestinians are willing to have them, are they willing to stay and get along with them? So now they've kind of created all these complications if they ever want to follow through with actually partitioning the land and ceding it back to Palestine. So here you can see a map of so these were Jewish settlements. This is prior to British
the
partition
white part
land.
is Jewish settlements.
Well, essentially, they still weren't legally their own territory. They were still legally part of this Arab state, but they were buying up the land. So it'd be like if you have a bunch of Americans, you're going into Romania, buying a bunch of land and stuff for resorts, or buying a bunch of land just for vacation homes. So it essentially was a bunch of rich, Jewish people buying up a bunch of the land and so forth. And then the green was Palestine. But technically, the whole thing should just be Palestine, because they're still legally living within the I guess, political boundaries, not the, I guess, what would you call it? You got political boundaries, and then you should call them private, commercial boundaries, I guess. So then here is when was the partition plan from Britain. So all the the white area was supposed to be Israel, and then the green supposed to be Palestine, and then the reason the area in the middle is an enclave of Israel. You see, it's Jerusalem. So, and I guess there's a UN administration there. So, because it's an important religious land, there has to be all this dispute and stuff over who can have access to that city and everything. And then you can see how, I guess at this point, they're able to get from, I guess, point A to point B without crossing the borders of Israel. So I guess it's connected around the Gaza Strip, and I guess in this northern part, which was probably near the Golan Heights. But then, after the war, they pretty much annexed all this territory around it, and now it's simply just the West Bank and then Gaza. And now the problem is, if they ever the agreement of the Oslo agreements are these two areas, Gaza and Palestine, or the West Bank, are supposed to be what Palestine is. But if they ever do become a sovereign nation, it's well, they're disconnected from one another. So it's kind of like Alaska, where you have to go through Canada to get from Alaska to the mainland of the US, but it's kind of a different scenario here. So now it's if people want to get back and forth between these two different parts of Palestine, they're forced to deal with the border crossing of going through Israel, which just makes things really complicated. And now you can see here, this is what's going on in the present, where even though they signed an agreement where they're supposed to, this area in the green is supposed to be, and the second to last photo is supposed to belong to Palestine, the West Bank. they've now set up settlements and stuff all over the West Bank. So now they've created dozens of enclaves where they have to go through all these different checkpoints. If you're just driving a few miles away, you have to drive through like go through several different enclaves to get from point A to point B. And it makes things as tedious as fucking hell. And now what's going on with like Gaza, they've leveled half of fucking Gaza. So they sent out like flyers, hey, everyone, you need to head south. And they've just been turning into a parking lot. So now it's like you see how they're gradually just like chipping away at the land that they have. So now the Gaza Strip right here, they're probably they've shown that they don't abide by any of the agreements and stuff. What we're probably going to see is the Gaza Strip's going to be cut down by half again. And probably the northern half of the Gaza Strip right here is probably going to be shaded in the white. We're probably going to see another diagram like this, not too far into the future, where now like most of Gaza is now part of Israel. So they're just gradually, I mean, people use the word genocide. Is it genocide? What do you think, Chad? Any opinions?
There used to be a lot of green, and now there's only a little.
Oh yeah,
green.
good observation.
But it almost seems like the white is trying to get rid of the green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
so yeah, I'm figuring out
here's the thing.
stuff.
People make the argument that, well, you know what? The Israelis, they were actually there first. You know what they mean by that?
It's their holy land.
So essentially, like 2,000 years ago, the Israelites had settlements in that area. But then it's like you had like the Byzantine Empire and so forth. And I think that was around the time that, or I think it was earlier than that. Like, but pretty much they were expelled from the land and the Palestinians took over. Mm. So it only serves them right. What's wrong with Israel coming in, taking it back from them? But this is the problem. That's something that happened 2,000 years ago. That would be like if, like, I don't know, hey, Vietnam used to be part of Cambodia or something 2,000 years ago or whatever. So, or like maybe China. Like this chunk of land in Vietnam used to be part of like China 2,000 years ago, part of some dynasty, but then this band of raiders came in and took it from them. So it's okay for them to take it because of this land exchange where there's millions, there's over 1,000,001 different land exchange like that are constantly taking place throughout all of human history. It's like, are we going to give the land back to the Native Americans? It's just, what do you think about that?
I think yeah, it's a weird concept or whatever.
And it's like they're a Borg. These people, their great ancestors to the 20th power, like from 2,000 years ago, they should face the consequences when they've been living there for like dozens of generations. I think this is where, when you're talking about crimes of a state, I think they've reached the statutes of limitations. I think after a couple thousand years go by, it's no longer relevant. So, Israel-Palestine wall, addressing the controversial barrier. So the barrier, consisting of a complex system of concrete, walls, fences, and military checkpoints. So, I mean, like, again, look at what Hamas was able to do. Don't think walls are really that useful when it comes to keeping people out. Great Wall of China didn't really do a good job at keeping Mongols out, and it's kind of made to keep the Mongols out. So Israel insists the wall is crucial for security reasons, mainly to prevent Hamas suicide bombers. Critics argue that it amounts to collective punishment of the Gaza Strip's civilian population, severely restricting the movement of people and goods and leading to significant humanitarian issues. I think that's a bunch of Hamas propaganda right there. The blockade has resulted in economic hardships, including high unemployment, poverty, and lack of access to essential services and supplies.
Lies, Gene.
Okay. Oh, these are a bunch of useless slides. Anyway, I guess that's it with the slides. Did Missy leave? Did we scare her away?
You scared her away, Gene.
The viewers always come in around 12 or 1. Maybe we should just do the streams much later. Jews already have the Wailing Wall. They don't need another. Wow.
The Wailing Wall? Wait.
You said your Vietnamese history is ludicrous. Skilled Loser, I wasn't saying that was something that literally happened. I was trying to find an example, so that was kind of just like a hypothetical. I was trying to think of some other example of some ancient society or that went in and grabbed some land from some other indigenous people there, and I couldn't think of something. So I was just trying to make something up on the top of my head. I know that wasn't something that actually happened.
What do you think about all this, Drunken Crow?
Is Crow here?
I just want to say that I went bowling earlier and I bowled a 116, which is personally impressive for me.
I don't know how that compares to other scores. I don't bowl. Yeah.
Your balls
defending its controversial
Thanks for
treatment
the crickets, the dead air.
of a group of detained Palestinian men, some stripped to their underwear. Israel says the men were apprehended in a Hamas stronghold. Here's Richard Engel.
Israeli troops lined up more than 100 Palestinian men, many stripped to their underwear. Palestinians call it...
We already saw this. It's not the playlist. Okay, here it is. Here's
This Israel-Hamas war, any kind of existence in Gaza is becoming unbearable. And as conditions worsen, some there are reflecting on life as it was, with careers, homes, families before this violent conflict pushed them out or worse. Our James Longman reports in tonight's Prime Focus.
Where relentless bombardment has now displaced 85% of the population, according to the United Nations. That's some 2 million people.
What are you doing, Chad?
Wajih and his family are among...
Nothing. Just educating Skabibi.
I gotta yell at Chad when we're done with the stream.
I'll
Israel
yell
doesn't allow
at you,
journalists into Gaza,
Gene.
and so over 3 days, Wajih and I speak on the phone. On the first day, he speaks to me from the makeshift tent he now shares with 17 members of his family.
Hi, Wajih, it's James.
An engineer, 62-year-old Wajih, made a good living before the war. He was a man of standing and left a house and car behind in Khan Yunis. He's been reduced to this small patch of earth.
We suffer
See, they're going after all the engineers.
from many things. From
Good thing I'm not there.
lack of water, lack of food. The weather in the night is very cold.
What do you have to eat? When you say there's some food available, what are you eating?
The only thing is available is cheese now.
Did he say cheese?
Yeah.
On the second day,
I don't know how. Seems like cheese, you need milk. Milk, you need cattle, livestock. Seems kind of odd that that's what's left.
Wajih's life has been turned over again. A bomb ripped through this building in Rafah, not far from his tent. Hamas health authorities report more than 22 dead.
How are you?
Kind of makes sense. Because when there's no food, there's still plants growing around. What? What?
Well, Skilled Loser, they just said that I'm rusty when it comes to my history, when it comes to my knowledge, when it comes to Palestinian history, because they were relatively newcomers. Palestinians were there for thousands of years, for close to a couple thousand years. So my history's off there. Do you want to explain how it's off? Am I wrong? You said they're relative newcomers.
You, Jim. Ahlan wa sahlan.
Nicholas Rosa said, was it cheese from human milk? Yeah. I guess if you have kids, maybe you could do that with your breast milk. Maybe, I wonder, okay, you can produce breast milk for the kids, but what about for your husband and some of the other, some of your other relatives?
I imagine some cows would be still alive, and when there's not food, the cows can eat grass and shit and turn that into food for you. I don't know. It makes sense.
I know, but I'm saying that seems like out of a lot of the stuff that would be available, that it just seems like that would be the last thing I would predict.
You would think it would be something shittier than cheese, right? I was a little surprised to hear that.
But here, I gotta take a piss. Be right back. Talk to the chat.
But some decent.
Talk to Skilled Loser about why my Palestinian knowledge and stuff is wrong.
Shut up. Get out of here. Skilled Loser. I'm the smart host of this show, right? That other guy that just left is a dumb fuck. Right, Skilled? We can agree on that, right? I'm the smart one on the podcast. I'm the brains around here. It's true. It's true.
What's Timmy doing?
He's probably masturbating to me. I'm pretty sure that's what he does a lot when he's hanging around me. He just looks at me, does stuff with himself. He's weird. People like him should be outlawed. How's your night going, Mr. Drunken of the Crow?
Good. I am currently on my second beer.
What? Yeah, right. You don't know how to drink beer. You don't know how to drink no beer. That looks like a cool camera. Damn. What do you think about all this, Skabibi? And no, it was actually cheese made from my balls, Nicholas.
Dick cheese.
Yep, it's my dick cheese. That's what they're surviving off of. Shabisky's famous dick cheese. Awesome, Nicholas. Are you jealous? Yeah, my smegma. It's yum yum. Who doesn't want some of that? Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Shut up, guys. Shut up, Drunken Crow.
Shab, while Gene's away, you should do a racisms.
Okay. Mexicans suck.
Would have been better if Young Minded was here.
See, but not a racism, because Mexican isn't a race, right, Scooby? So anybody who thought that was racist was a racist. Okay? Right, Gene? Right, Gene? Right, Gene?
Yes.
Right, Gene?
I see it dropped from like 10 to 7.
Right, Gene?
Since I left.
Right, Gene?
Right, what? So,
disagree.
Skilled Loser doesn't have a follow-up.
Yeah, he lost this debate. You lost this debate, Skilled Loser. I asked him why you were gone if I was the smart one in the podcast, and he could have been cool and could have sided with me. Me and him could be friends, but never mind. Okay.
How was last night? Tell me what happened last night.
Very difficult.
Gene, he has a. That guy has an iPhone.
And part of
that guy
destroyed from disrupting. So very difficult night.
Why is that something that stands out?
Because he just does. He has an iPhone. Okay, I just want to tell you that. Okay, he's fine.
So
he doesn't need any help. He has an iPhone, Gene.
Are you I guess shocked that somebody from Gaza has access to a smartphone?
They don't have clean water, but they have an iPhone.
Well, there's more people that have access to phones than toilets. Did you know that?
Yeah. That's why more people should watch my streams. Even if they're dehydrated, they could at least have some fun, yeah.
Well, they need internet connection, and then that's where they only have so much data. So they're in situations like that. Data is probably sparse, and they don't want to waste it
They
on.
should use their only data for me, and that's not a waste. Shut up.
Wow, so there was an attack last night, and Wajih is saying that he's had to move.
No safe place in Gaza. We hope that the new place is more safe than the previous one.
So I'm asking him if he's going to find a safer place to go. He says there are no safe places, and there's no one to ask to work out where to go. While Wajih settles his family into a new shelter, President Biden makes his sharpest criticism of this war yet, accusing Israel of indiscriminate bombing. The UN General Assembly votes 153 to 10 in favor.
To be fair, like Apple, they do use slave labor to build their products. There's factories in China that have nets installed. Stop their workers from committing suicide because of how piss poor the work conditions are.
I thought those were trampolines.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
But to be fair, like pretty much every capitalist organizations involved some kind of slave labor. I know, like in like Congo, there's all these like cobalt mines, and cobalt is some mineral that's very like second to silicon. Is very important for like building chips that it's used in all your phones, computers, and everything. And most of it comes from child labor. So pretty much any device you have that uses any sort of like silicon like chips are going to have like cobalt in them as well. And that means that, and you'd be surprised, like vacuums and stuff, like what kind of appliances, smoke detectors. Nowadays, like everything has some kind of digital component. So you'd be surprised how many things actually have those kind of like silicon based like interfaces. So chances are like that little cobalt like chip in your the silicon like tray inside your smoke detector that was mined from a little kid in the Congo. Chances are like all of your computer and everything, your Xbox, there was some kid in the Congo engaging in slave labor in some cobalt mine just so that mineral could be used to develop a chip so you can play some video games.
Sweet.
Oh, Taylor finally decided to show up.
What's up, Taylor?
Yeah, and it's used in batteries as well. So, we live in a fucked up world.
Did you know that Taylor said I'm the greatest, Gene?
But nothing changes for Wajih.
Oh God, Shab always has the best things to say.
Yeah.
Huge storms batter Gaza overnight, and Wajih's tent is flooded. Thousands around him struggle in the mud, wind, and rain.
Take a
Situations
sip
across
every
Gaza,
time
horrific.
Shab says something of substance. You're not going to get drunk at all.
This young boy wades through
you're gonna be
floodwater in the
drunk
north,
as
holding the body
fuck.
of a child. From an IDF position only a few miles away, I call him again. Did you have lots of rain?
The rain.
Gene.
Your tent was flooded last night.
What? He has an iPhone.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
No,
Gene.
no. We'll cover it by.
It's funny.
Who in the chat thinks Shab is hilarious?
By.
I'm the greatest.
He's had the news that Israel's pumping seawater into the tunnels.
I hear that in the news. This
Were they
is bad
drinking?
future for the Gaza soil. Maybe Gaza in the future is not suitable for planting.
Wajih will spend many more days like these, not knowing what comes next. And what will you do if you go home and in your town and you see your house is destroyed? Where will you go?
I make tent beside my house.
You don't want to leave?
No. I don't want to leave. No.
More than 2 million.
Oh, it's their fault for not leaving. That's another thing people say when you look at civilian casualties. Well, they should have left.
Palestinians are living like him. So far, there is no obvious plan for what will happen when this war is over. Wajih and his family just hope they can make it to the day after, alive.
That's James Longman reporting.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
The Israeli military says troops accidentally shot and killed 3 hostages held by Hamas.
Here
the
you
United
go.
says the hostages were killed during operations near Gaza City. Officials say troops mistakenly identified them as a threat. All 3 of the hostages were identified and their bodies returned to Israel. Charlie D'Agata reports from Tel Aviv.
In the chaos of the street battles underway in Gaza, 3 Israeli hostages are now no longer counted among the missing, but confirmed dead. Killed by Israel Defense Forces, mistakenly opening fire after identifying the 3 young men as a threat. Claiming full...
You know what? I think it was a bunch of Hamas bullets that misfired that killed them.
Did the dog die too?
They were dumb bullets, Gene. Dumb bullets.
Yeah, if only they used smart bullets.
Yep.
Expressed what he called deep sorrow for the tragic incident. The victims include 25-year-old...
Dude, when are we going to have, like... They already have drones and stuff that are, like, microscopic level and stuff. When are we going to have, like, guided bullets? You just fire a machine gun. Like in The Fifth Element. They had a gun where you just, like, set it to... I guess, like, auto detect or something, and then you fire it like a machine gun, but the bullets just automatically just gravitate towards whatever its target is.
Yeah.
Motorcycle enthusiast Samar Talalka and Yotam Haim, who was kidnapped from the Kfar Aza kibbutz. The 28-year-old musician filmed this video on that morning when Hamas gunmen rampaged through his community before abducting him. A third hostage killed, 26-year-old Alon Shamriz, a computer engineering student from the same kibbutz. Israeli soldiers...
Engineers! God! You think it's the, like, Israelis, the Palestinians that are, like, the victims? That are going through, like, abuse and genocide and like, being subjected to acts of terror? It seems like the engineers are the big demographic. Whether it's Israel or like Palestine, it's like they were an engineering student, and then she lost her leg, and it's like, God, leave the engineers alone.
Us around Kfar Aza just days after the massacre.
What did we ever do to you?
Advisor Jake Sullivan is in Israel to look for ways to lessen the ferocity of the war, if not to help end it. Today, he visited the West Bank to meet Palestinian authorities Mahmoud Abbas, in part to discuss who will govern Gaza next.
The Israeli government has indicated that it does not have a long-term plan to occupy Gaza, and that ultimately the control of Gaza, the administration of Gaza, and the security of Gaza has to transition to the Palestinians.
How and when the war ends is a question.
Yeah, it has transitioned to the Palestinians, but how many Palestinians are going to be left by the time they, like, I guess, relinquish control to the Palestinians? It's like we're going to get to the point where they have, like, a 4-mile surface area of like territory, and there's like 30 Palestinians living in it.
No, John.
Here and in the U.S., but a timetable tonight.
Yeah.
What the Israelis are going to do is they're going to help out the Palestinians by building a lot of railroad tracks, and they're going to put them on these trains and send them to these places where they can, we can call them camps, maybe. And yeah, they can stay.
Pro.
That's it. We're gonna pluck your feathers now. We're gonna pluck your feathers.
I mean, it already worked once. Why not try it?
They don't need to develop trains to send them to a camp. They built a wall around Gaza, and they turned Gaza into a giant prison camp. It's a lot easier.
But it's not as fun. What if they like trains?
See, that's what the Ukraine needs to do to Russia. They should just start building a wall around all of Russia and turn Russia into one big giant prison. That's how the Ukrainians can best Russia in the war. But think about that, Chad.
That's genius, Gene. This must be why they call you Gene, because that was genius.
Is as elusive as any semblance of peace. All anyone can agree is that it's months away.
Charlie Daggett joins us now from Tel Aviv. Charlie, what's the reaction been to the news that Israeli forces killed these Israeli hostages?
Catherine, is anger, sadness over the tragedy. The Israeli military said the incident is under review. So we know they were killed during a combat mission. 3 young men were mistakenly seen as threats. An investigation is underway. Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
It seems like they're just used to killing anybody. It's like, oh shit, I actually came across a few of the hostages. I was just so used to like murdering a bunch of like old people and children and stuff left and right, shooting at anybody I see. And it's like, oh, when you finally need to exercise some level of cadence, it's like, oopsies.
Issued a statement tonight saying, my heart goes out to the grieving families in this difficult time. But what we know is that combat forces are working in tandem with hostage rescue forces in this dynamic environment because negotiations are no longer taking place. And in this situation, they are trying to find the hostages, trying to hunt down Hamas militants and the hostages themselves. And this is all happening in a very kinetic environment. And what we saw today and what we learned today is what can happen with these 3 young men who found themselves in the middle of this combat environment, who were shot dead. And again, the Israeli forces coming out immediately and saying, expressing remorse and sadness for what's happened here. But in the chaos of that battlefield, I think it's something that we can expect over the next few weeks and months.
It's a very important point, and I want to take that a step further for the audience. So we essentially have two different tracks, the way that you describe it, Charlie. We've got this military combat track, and then we have this hostage rescue trap in this very kinetic environment, right? And what we saw, unfortunately, today is where the two intersect in a very sad way.
Yes, because we were brought to the tunnels. We went on a very brief embed today to this huge tunnel.
See, they're already killing the hostages and stuff. So, I mean, that's why they just need to start using mustard gas in the tunnels.
And in those tunnels, combat is also taking place. We have Israeli forces who are trying to hunt down the hostages, also facing Hamas fighters, facing booby traps and facing Hamas fighters that are popping up out of these tunnels. At the very same time, and this is a very important point, the Israelis say that there are two primary importances here. That's what was told to us by Daniel Hagari today. The IDF spokesman said, we have two different channels going on here. We are here to fight Hamas militants, but we're also here to rescue hostages. And sometimes these things intersect. So they are trying to get the hostages out.
I know, like, when it comes to mustard gas, that's fatal. But I know tear gas is legal, so why don't they just flood the tunnels with as much tear gas as they can? I gotta look into that. Like the quantities, like your typical like tear gas canisters and stuff, how much can be released at once and stuff. Because I'm wondering, like, I don't know, what if they just did that, flood the entire tunnel system, tear gas to send their troops in?
Well, didn't they say that in some of the tunnels they're pumping in seawater? I mean, that would negate any gas effect whatsoever.
Well, who's pumping in seawater?
Fucking the rebels. I don't know what. It was mentioned in an earlier video.
Well, I don't know how that works and everything, but I mean, if that's the case, I don't know how to get around it. But if that's not able to circumvent the tear gas, my thing is I would fill it with tear gas and then send some automated drones in, and that can like murder and kill like any of the Hamas fighters there. They have like kamikaze air drones. We need like little kamikaze RC car drones, and we need to send them in there and stuff after the place is flooded.
Oh, but this is a rescue mission. This is not a negotiation situation at the moment. They are trying to, while they're moving forward, they're also trying to hunt down, find the hostages, and to rescue them. They have not been that successful yet in that regard.
And for some balance, what should the next few weeks and months ahead look like for the Palestinians in Gaza? And is there any sense we could be nearing the end of this second phase?
So the second phase is all about the combat mission, the ground combat mission. What we experienced, what we've seen for ourselves in our previous embed around places like Beit Hanun and Gaza City, those were largely airstrikes. Artillery was involved. We spoke to officials here and Israeli military officials who told us that this part really needs to be done on the ground. But what's happening is...
Now, they had all those killdozers, so why don't they just killdozer their way to the points of entry in the tunnels?
Because then they wouldn't be able to kill all the citizens.
Good point.
80% of the population inside Gaza, which was already a very concentrated area in terms of population, they have now been forced into the southwest
it's just like
area
you said,
of Gaza itself. So Israeli forces, as they press on to try...
You say a quote from the president and...
Yeah. It's like they don't care. They're doing it as...
Not only do they not... It's more than they don't care, though, because you said, one of them said they're subhuman.
They're doing it on purpose, but they're using, like, I guess, this kind of meandering kind of approach where I guess technically, like, they can just use everything they're doing as or like going after Hamas as an excuse for everything. Oh, we were trying to aim for Hamas. Oh, we thought they were Hamas. So they're just using that as a get out of jail like free card for like any operations they're engaging in. And it's clear that they don't care about exercising cadence.
Try to rid that area of Hamas militants and leadership. They're facing an even more concentrated population in that region. And what we've been told by Israeli officials is that about half of the high-ranking Hamas officials, about 7,000 of the leadership, the military leadership, has been destroyed or killed. That's only about half. And now what they're looking for is to try to get rid of the rest of the Hamas figures, military figures, and leadership in that tight corner. And this is where it gets difficult. So in terms of a timeline, it's impossible to know. And certainly the Israelis don't want to share any of that. But the suffering for the Palestinians, now that winter has moved in, is just going to get worse and worse by the day, including the number of casualties in this fight.
Winter is coming. To be fair, what Hamas did was terrible. I mean, it was really disgusting. Like, just how they murdered and how they've treated the prisoners and everything. And it is Israel's it's like their version of 9/11. But you got to look at the parallels with the United States and how we responded after 9/11. It's like, okay, how are you going to prevent something like that from happening again? Well, it happened because they abducted 4 commercial airliners and crashed them into some buildings. So you're going to prevent a group of people from abducting commercial airliners by invading multiple other countries and conducting airstrikes and going after this foreign group overseas, where even if they're the group behind it, it's like, what are they going to do if they can't abduct the commercial airliners again? So it seems like kind of a non sequitur. You improve airline security. Seems like just going gloves off, going to war. And the thing is, even people on the left after 9/11, it's like they were beating the war drums. People had this very Islamophobic kind of attitude, like, yeah, they're all just a bunch of fucking animals. So it's the same thing. People are acting out of anger, spite, and emotion. And if you look at 9/11, just how the average American was when it came to their overall disdain and resentment after what happened, it's seems like, you know what, maybe there's people don't make good decisions when they're angry. So I don't know. It seems like when terrible things like this happen, you're kind of giving the terrorists what they want, in a way, by responding in such a vehement sort of manner. What do you think, Shad?
Yeah, I think I remember people talking about it and being like, oh yeah, they deserve to be tortured, they deserve this and that done to them, and so forth. We're
becoming the terrorists. And that's what Osama bin Laden said. All Americans deserve it. Treat people like they're a Borg in a hive mind.
Yeah, and I was a little kid, and I would agree with it. And it makes sense when you're thinking with emotions and stuff. But when it comes down to it, it doesn't help fix anything by torturing people a bunch or whatever. It's this just kind of animalistic thing that's built inside of us, or caveman kind of thing.
Or caveman brains.
Yeah.
Or primate brains. It's a revenge, eye for an eye.
And torture is ineffective because just because they say something, you torture them, they say something, doesn't mean it's true. They'll say anything to make
they're not
stop.
In this situation, they're not torturing them for information. They're torturing them just out of vindictiveness.
Okay, that's a different,
yeah. I guess it's efficient there. If you hate somebody and you want revenge,
torture them. That's efficient in torturing.
Thanks for watching.
This morning, outrage after Israeli military admits to accidentally shooting and killing 3 Israeli hostages
an
in Gaza
accident.
Friday. Protesters gathering in Tel Aviv demanding answers. Like Yuval Baron, the son-in-law of hostage Keith Siegel, also an American citizen.
All the hostages we got back in the last few days were all
now it's important because he's partially an American.
And these people are still alive, can still be saved through proper negotiation like was done before.
The men now identified as 28-year-old Yotam Haim, 26-year-old Alan Shamriz, and 22-year-old Summer Talalka. The IDF claiming troops misidentified the hostages as fighters during intense combat in the city of Shijaya. What went wrong?
Well, obviously, we misidentified hostages for enemy combatants and sadly shot them.
So they misidentified them, in the same way they've been misidentifying children and old senior citizens and like professors, doctors, press. I don't know. Maybe that was the case, that it was a very intense battle. I mean, we can't know 100%, but it's also very likely that, you know what, karma kind of shot them in the foot because they're so used to just shooting anybody, where it's like, oh shit, this is a scenario where we actually came across the people that we're trying to rescue, and we're in the habit of just indiscriminately killing anybody we see out of like rage and vindictiveness. That ironically resulted in us killing the people we were like intending to rescue.
It is something that sadly can be expected of such a chaotic battlefield.
Prime Minister Netanyahu calling the deaths an unbearable tragedy, saying the entire state of Israel will mourn this evening. The IDF telling me they can't guarantee this won't happen again.
You can't rule out that more hostages inside Gaza are going to die at the hands of Israeli soldiers.
No, hopefully not die at the hands of our soldiers, but definitely that there will be instances like this in the future. So we cannot rule that out.
So far, at least 20 Israeli hostages have died, and more than 100 are thought to remain in Gaza. This as Hamas launched a rare rocket attack at Jerusalem earlier in the day. Air raid sirens sounding the alarm for the first time in over a month. Video streamed online shows crowds of civilians running in terror near the Western Wall. At least 3 of the rockets were intercepted by Israeli Iron Dome defense systems.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan headed to Israel today.
It comes as Israeli officials.
And people are talking about how Hamas is using its own people as shields, and they are. Like there was a hospital where they found like an entry point to like a bunch of tunnels and everything. So Hamas, they are like a disgusting group of people. But the thing is, it's like you can kind of tell Hamas doesn't care about its own citizens, because it's like they know those rockets aren't going to do it.
Hamas, the terrorist group?
Well, they're referred to as a terrorist group, but they're also the official government, the governing body of the Gaza Strip.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. But the problem is they keep launching missiles and so forth, and it's like they know that the missile strikes aren't really gonna like do anything. Like the level, like it's not gonna have any effect against like the Israeli military. So it seems like they just want to piss off Israel even more in order to like, and that's the thing. They're probably doing that because the more they can instigate and provoke Israel into attacking them, the more it might provoke other countries to like, and we covered articles on that earlier, that it might lead to a much greater war. Yemen's getting involved, like Israel or Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, all these other countries are like discussing getting involved and making threats. Iran is starting to like make threats and claiming that they're going to go to war with Israel. So this might turn into a huge fucking like geographical, like military conflict, not just with Israel and Palestine or Israel and Hamas, but with much of the Middle East. So what they were doing right there, firing rockets at Israel, it's like they probably want this to happen. They don't care about their citizens. It like if Israel goes in and they piss them off even more, kill more Israeli citizens, and then they come in and start bombing more of the Strip, and then it will instigate all the other like Arab sort of neighbors. That's what they want. They want to instigate and ignite this huge fucking war in the region. And I mean, in a way, I guess Israel's kind of, I think they're baiting Israel. Israel's kind of taking the bait. If they keep doing this, it's like, what's going to happen? What happens when Iran, like Syria, like all these different like Arab countries and so forth? I guess Iran's technically not an Arab country, but what happens when they all decide to collectively get together and declare war on Israel?
Everyone's going to live happily ever after.
A lot more people are going to die, but I think that's what Hamas wants. They want more people to get involved. They probably know that they're kind of just igniting the flames and everything, and I think they kind of want their citizens to be like subjected to like airstrikes and stuff, because then it gets on the media. People see all the kids dying. It's terrible. It's horrific. And then it's probably eventually going to get to the point where it leads to this it leads to a much larger fucking war with several different states, probably over a dozen different states involved. And I think that's what their scheme is, and I think Israel's just taking the bait.
Are reportedly canceling a trip to Qatar to discuss a possible second hostage release deal. Trey Yanks is live in southern Israel with us this morning with more. Good morning to you, Trey.
Dr. Carly, good morning. We know some of these diplomatic efforts this week have failed as fierce battles rage on in northern and southern Gaza. Overnight, yet another Israeli soldier died in fighting, bringing the total to at least 116 Israeli soldiers since the ground operation began. On a call with reporters overnight, an Israeli official declined to provide specific details when asked by Fox News about a timeline for securing territory in northern Gaza. That official, however, did describe what the efforts look like in southern Gaza around the city of Khan Yunis, explaining that operations are taking place in pockets, not with the aim of holding large pieces of land. With the war expected to continue for weeks, if not months, U.S. officials continue to weigh in on the conflict.
While we all want the war to end as soon as possible to stop the human suffering and to establish conditions for an enduring...
Now, they're talking about, like, hey, when the war ends, like, they need to relinquish control of the land. And it's like, well, they were supposed to do the same thing with the West Bank. And like you saw, they have all these illegal settlements and towns and everything that makes up a larger percentage of all the areas that are actually occupied by, like, Palestinians. So, like, what happens when the war is over and it's like, yeah, a third, a half of the Gaza Strip, yeah, we're just still occupying it for military reasons. And then they start like having people move in and stuff because, like, hey, there are these military outposts, and they start setting up shops and people start setting up homes. That's probably what they're going to do. And then it's like, what did they do at that point? It's like they're not doing anything, the UN or no other, like, foreign parties, America, they're not doing anything to try to, get Israel to relinquish, like, all the illegal settlements in the West Bank. So I think they're just going to, like, start doing the same thing, setting up illegal settlements in the northern part of the Gaza Strip.
Peace, something that the president and the entire team continues to pursue. A unilateral ceasefire with a terrorist group like Hamas is not the answer. As the president has said, Hamas could release the hostages today.
The developments on the ground in Gaza come amid growing regional threats. Yesterday, Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen launched a drone toward the USS Mason in the Red Sea. That drone was shot down, but the threat remains. It's not just the Red Sea, also the arena.
Well, the Skeppy, that when I'm talking about them using the citizens, it's like they know that if Israel gets involved, it's like, no shit, that if Israel goes to war with them, it's going to result in significant civilian casualties. Israel has shown that they can be very aggressive if provoked. And that's the thing. So Hamas, when you look at, like, scenarios where they're firing rockets into Israel, and then Israel retaliates by just shelling the hell out of Gaza, and it results in 10 times the amount of civilian deaths. It's like, I think the people, like, in charge of Hamas and everything, they're smart enough to know that there aren't going to be any sort of gains on their end by, like, killing. And the thing is, in terms of being a terrorist group where it's, like, inciting fear, I don't think they're just launching missiles to incite fear. I think they know that if they do that, like, hey, let's launch a bunch of these, like, really antiquated sort of rockets that might, in the worst case scenario, kill a few Israelis. They know, I think they're well aware that the response is Israel's going to start shelling the hell out of the territory. It's going to kill hundreds of Palestinians, and then it's going to create more tension on the world stage with Israel and its neighbors. I think that's what they're doing. They know damn well that, like, we're going to do this. It's probably not going to kill anyone because it's going to be intercepted by the Iron Dome. But if we keep launching these missiles that are very ineffective at, like, Israel, then they're going to shell the hell out of us and kill all these citizens. And then we can hide in our tunnels. And that's what they're doing. They're using it as a way to get, like, provoke Israel to make them look bad, and it's working. Israel's taking the bait. Like, who thinks I'm wrong here?
Drunken Crow, he thinks you're wrong. He disagrees.
Well, I mean, you know that, like, Hamas, they're not going to be able, they are well aware that they're never going to fight, like, Israel to the point where they're able to, I guess, grab land from Israel. They don't have like, Israel has a very sophisticated, like, air force and so forth. It has one of the, like, top, I think it's like one of the top 15 countries in terms of military strength. So even with, like, countries like Iran and stuff supplying them with weapons and so forth, they're well aware that they don't have the means to really make any sort of gains when it comes to land. So what they're doing when it comes to, like, firing like rocket strikes and stuff, they're doing that because they know that Israel will respond with, like, 5 times the amount of casualties, or 5 times the amount of force, and they're doing it just to stir up, just to, like, stir the pot and everything. They know that they want other people to get involved. They're going to do it until Israel creates so much collateral in response, where Iran and all these other, like, Egypt, they want all these other, like, foreign powers to get involved on their behalf. What do you think?
I think you might be right.
I might be right.
In southern Israel, but also the northern front that remains active. Today, we do understand the Israelis...
Well, think of it, like, I think they know that they're religious, so they're probably like, yeah, all our citizens that die, they're just going to go to heaven. So that's probably their mindset, so they probably don't feel guilty. If they die in the process, they probably have it's for the greater good kind of mentality. And I think they know that there's no way they can use military force of their own to make any progress with their agenda. So I think their hope is to just stir up enough shit, make it so Israel responds, takes the bait, and causes enough collateral where, hopefully a bunch of other Arab states will get involved on their behalf and collectively attack Israel, and maybe the 5th time's the charm.
Responded with fresh airstrikes against Hezbollah positions following rocket fire from southern Lebanon. Todd Carter.
Trey Yanks live for us. Trey, thank you.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in Israel today. He says he's pushing for restraint in Israel's war with Hamas as calls grow for a humanitarian ceasefire. This comes as the families of hostages held in Gaza are demanding an urgent update from Prime Minister Netanyahu. They say they're shocked after Israeli TV reported Netanyahu pulled out of a new round of hostage negotiations set to begin in Qatar. Foreign correspondent James Longman joins me now from Tel Aviv, Israel, along with White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks. James, I know you spoke to some of these families who are angry about these reports claiming Netanyahu stopped plans to restart negotiations. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Diane, look, it's fair to say the hostage families...
Do you know how to spell Qatar?
Cutter.
I do, John. It is Qatar.
Yep.
Things over these last 2 weeks. When we arrived here the day after the attacks on October 7th, it really didn't feel like...
How you spell Cutter?
It was on screen earlier.
I was.
Nobody was the priority to get these hostages back. Israel wanted to retaliate as quickly as possible. And the hostage families basically reorientated Israeli policy. They made them focus on getting the hostages out, and they succeeded in large part. So many did come out during that ceasefire. Now the fighting is raging once again, and I think there has been a mood that whatever successes the hostage families had before, well, that was behind us, and now the Israeli military is free to continue this operation. So there is mounting concern, really mounting sort of frustration among the hostage families that their priorities are not being met. And there are these sort of parallel priorities for the government to beat Hamas, they say, a victory over Hamas, and get the hostages out. The families say, well, you can't do both at once. You have to choose. And for them, it's bringing their families out. I spoke to Gal Dickman. He's the cousin of Carmel, or she has been held captive all these weeks.
Yeah, that's what people, when I asked the questions and like Reddit and stuff, and no one was able to give like a direct answer. People gave all these roundabout responses, which is usually what people do when they or it's pretty much like always what people. Like, I asked, like, hey, why is it necessary in terms of, like, military strategy, military logistics, to conduct the level of air and artillery strikes in order for Israel to deal with Hamas and the tunnels and the bunkers? And nobody is able to answer why that needs to happen for them to get from point A to point B to get in the bunkers to deal, or to get into the tunnels, to deal with Hamas. No one gives a straight answer. It's like, it's their fault. They elected them in office. They are using them as a shield. And it's the kind of shit that people do when they know they're wrong, is they don't answer simple fucking questions. And it's like the Socratic method of discourse. If you're in a debate with them, and this is where somebody put a bingo game in the chat earlier. They throw tantrums when you argue them into a corner. You just ask them, like, okay, you didn't answer the question, though. Is X true? Well, you see, like, I kind of, is X true? Answer the question. Do you agree with X? And then usually that's when people throw their temper tantrum. Because they either answer the question honestly and then admit that they're wrong, or they lie in front of a group of people and they look like an idiot. So you put them in a bottleneck and then they throw a big giant fit.
Yes, Skabibi.
Yeah.
Tired of people like you, Skabibi.
Weeks, and he told me that, you know, when he read about this report.
Yeah, can't handle that. Like in Canada, they drink milk in bags, or they package milk in bags. You know what? We need to go to war with Canada over that. We need to annex them, colonize them, and help them achieve modernity. They're such backwards people.
Yeah,
the head of Mossad had been stopped from continuing these negotiations. It made him incredibly angry because he had been given a promise by the government that things would change and that would become a priority. Have a listen to what he told me.
I was in shock because the Prime Minister told me personally that he's going to do anything he can to make sure that they come back. I really want to believe they keep on doing anything and everything they can, but it's getting very hard these days. But I don't have any other Prime Minister or any other cabinet, so I have to believe them. It's the only thing I can believe.
And it's really difficult for anyone to know what's actually happening with the negotiations, but of course the families, they really feel that should be the priority. Diane?
All right, Mary Alice. President Biden says his meeting with the families of American hostages moved him. So how's the White House reacting to these claims that Netanyahu's stopping negotiations?
Yeah, we haven't heard much yet, Diane, but we know that Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, is in the region. And this has been such a focus of the administration. Since the very beginning, they've said it is the top priority, making sure that American hostages are brought home. They assume they are tracking still about 8 Americans that they think are held hostage, but they are careful to talk about how they don't even really know the condition of those hostages, if they're being held by Hamas or potentially other groups. You know, I pressed the White
Well, it really matters because they're American. That makes them extra important.
House just yesterday on some of the realities on the ground. We've heard reports of the IDF potentially flooding some of those tunnels that hostages have said that they were held and those who have been freed. The White House yesterday said that they were, of course, worried about whether this could hurt hostages, put hostages' lives at risk. This is a really tough time for the White House because they want to be pressuring Israel, like James said, to continue to be doing everything they can to be focused on this. The White House is absolutely focused on this.
All right, James Longman, Mary Alice Parks, thank you.
First, though, to that breaking news moments ago, a U.S. warship operating in the Red Sea has shot down more than a dozen drones launched from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. Joining me with more
Okay, so here we go. This is where it's escalating into a more sort of global conflict. So you have Yemen, and what did I discuss about Yemen earlier?
I forget what you said about it. What about Yemen?
So pretty much what Gaza is with Israel is what Yemen is with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is doing the same kind of shit, where it's like holding them under this small kind of enclave, holding them under some kind of like classic kind of siege. And because of that, Yemen is siding with Gaza. I wonder why. Maybe it's like they are able to relate quite a bit. And they're now like capturing U.S. vessels and stuff in the Red Sea, or they're attacking vessels or seizing vessels that are trying to like send like any sort of trade or whatever to Israel, even just like commercial vessels. So what are we going to do with Yemen? Is the United States going to get involved there? So now America is going to be more involved in the military dispute, and Saudi Arabia going to get involved? I mean, it's just it keeps escalating.
Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, if you will, walk us through more of what we know this hour.
Yes, and we're getting this information from U.S. Central
And the thing is, now it's like we've also entered kind of a second Cold War with Russia. And we've seen like there's been all this stuff going on in East Africa with France having issues in that region with a bunch of different rebel groups. And then with like ECOWAS and everything. And then Russia has Wagner and stuff in there, giving weapons and stuff to the like the different rebel groups that are behind the coups and stuff in Niger. And then in Burma, they were selling jets and planes to the government, while we're giving like weapons and stuff to the rebels there and everything. And here, it's the same thing. Like Iran is selling weapons to Russia, and they're supporting each other, and they believe that it's Russia and Iran that have been like giving weapons and so forth to Hamas. So now it's probably going to be this another big fucking sort of proxy war that the US and Russia are involved in, giving weapons and supplies to all sides. And like, if shit really hits the fan, then it could be Saudi Arabia and Israel kind of allying, fighting Yemen, Iran, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, all these nations. I mean, things are really getting fucked up.
John, before you start the video again, I just want to point out, I like how the fact that you flip-flop between the pronunciation of Iran.
What, Iran?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's either...
people do pronounce them. There's two different ways.
I know, but like, you ever met a person that says pajamas and they don't ever say pajamas?
Okay. Why are you being pedantic?
I don't know,
Why does your butt stink?
And the Pentagon agency that runs U.S. military operations in the Middle East. And as we understand it, it was early this morning when the USS Carney, part of the two aircraft carrier strike groups that had been stationed in the Mediterranean, discovered these drones that had been launched. They say they were attack drones that were launched from the Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen toward the Red Sea. And the USS Carney was able to shoot those drones down. As we understand it, there were no injuries, no damage to any ships in that area either at this point. It's worth noting, though, that this is not the first time this has happened. This is something that we've been seeing repeatedly with these drones and missiles being launched from Houthi rebel areas of Yemen toward the Red Sea and at ships, commercial ships that have been transiting through the Red Sea. The USS Carney itself has shot.
Country?
You've already asked me this.
No, I haven't. I've never asked you this.
You did earlier in the stream.
No.
Shot down many of these drones and missiles since October 7th. The Houthis have said that they are launching these strikes on commercial vessels that they believe.
I think it depends on how large the country is.
You could run.
I think I could run probably a city-state or whatever.
Also, Negan says that they have bingo.
You trying to hit on us, Negan? So what's happening?
Seems like a bunch of people got together and they made like a John Morgan like bingo game.
Did they?
Have ties to Israel in some way, and that they're doing this.
Yeah, I saw it in the chat or in the Discords.
In solidarity with the Palestinian people who live in Gaza. There have been several instances where these ships having connections to Israel have been disputed. We know that there are also several major shipping companies that have said, as a result of the attacks that we've been seeing in the Red Sea on these commercial ships, they are no longer going to allow their vessels to transit through this area. This is a part of the world that sees a significant portion of the container ship movement globally come through this area. We're talking about 30% of container ships that move globally go through this area. And so to have them now have to no longer go through the Suez Canal, through the Red Sea, through other parts of this area is going to be a major economic disruption, we believe. Some of those ships now will have to go around Africa in order to get from parts of, say, Europe around to other parts of Asia. And so this is a disruption that...
Yeah. Chab, what are you saying right now? Somebody ever discussed this with you before?
No.
No?
Well, maybe me and Drunken Crow talked about it.
Yeah.
The U.S. government, the U.S. military, and other military powers and governments have been very much aware of. We heard from the National Security Council spokesperson yesterday.
Okay, next vid.
A near constant vigil next to pictures of the killed or kidnapped, as this has become a gathering place.
This is the plaza in front of the Tel Aviv Art Museum, but people here now call this place Hostage Square.
At the center, an empty Shabbat table nearby.
It's a pretty downer of a name. Hostage Square. It's like the Suicide Forest.
Menorah for Hanukkah.
Pretty melancholy.
The holiday celebrating a miracle with so many hoping for one soon.
I feel like they're my family.
Maybe, what is it, Logan Paul can visit like Israel in a few years and he can go to Hostage Square. Like a bunch of streams,
Yeah, like
abduct a whole bunch of people.
Showing us to a dark tent filled with pictures of people who'd been at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th.
You can see also my sunshine here. This is Romy, my beautiful sister, one of them.
Romy is believed to be held captive in Gaza, along with dozens of others, including multiple Americans. Some of their
Sloth?
Yeah, go back. I blame the sloth.
Pay attention, Gene. There was a sloth on the
Meeting with President Biden at the White House today.
I was looking at other stuff.
So unprofessional.
If you could be there to speak on behalf of your sister, what
I'm
would
sorry, I can't look at all 3 monitors at once.
Okay.
First of all, that she is my loved sister. This is what's important right now, to fight for their life, for the living. And I believe in him. I believe in his power. And we all know that he got the leverage
Joe Biden's here to help.
on Egypt, on Israel, to change the way things are right now. And I'm seeking for his help. And I know we all are, especially the families that they have citizenship in the United States.
Joe Biden probably thinks he's talking to like Zelensky about the war between like Ukraine and Iraq. Probably what he thinks he's doing. He doesn't know that he's talking to Netanyahu, head of Israel.
Also us.
Gonen says other now free hostages
Shab doesn't get it.
told them her sister's alive but hurt.
Yeah, he was talking to the media a few months back, and he said that we're at war with Iraq instead of Russia.
After being shot in the hand, the push to get her home so urgent. It's now Gonen's full-time job.
Did you know that happened, Gene?
The ones that holding her are a group of terrorists.
I know
that
what?
want to use her and another women and men that over there as a war weapon. And I can only hope that she's okay mentally. And I feel her here. Yeah. I want to feel her here, please.
One of the things about that
Even
place
if
in
they
which she was
die,
hostage
they're still going to
square,
go to heaven. So.
Yeah.
on Saturday nights, there is a bigger vigil, and there are so many people, hundreds of people.
I can't
There's
wait to
video
go to
screens,
heaven.
and the last couple.
What
details
do you
on
want to
workings
do
around the
when
killing
we
of
when
three
we go to
hostages by
heaven,
Israeli
Gene?
Defense Forces, which
Huh?
What do you want to do when we go to heaven, Gene?
I want you to shut the fuck up if you don't have something to say that's relevant to the stream. Go to heaven.
No, we're
Actually,
talking.
participate in the
You were
stream
just
and,
talking about heaven.
And
I'm
James, you also
talking
spoke to
about
family members
heaven.
whose loved ones are still being
It's
held hostage by
relevant.
Hamas. Tell us what you learned from them.
Yeah, the hostages, the families of the hostages have just been extraordinary throughout this. They've managed to change government policy, and there was so much happiness, really, when so many of them were released during that 7-day pause in the fighting. Of course, now they're watching on.
Wait. So when Negan said bingo, is he saying that he actually got bingo?
I don't know, probably.
I know he likes going to old folks' home.
They.
Playing bingo. Yeah, they.
Bigot, you bigoted bitch. Play the video.
I know, I'm bad at that.
In horror as the fighting continues, and 137 hostages remain inside Gaza. A lot of them are frustrated that their government doesn't seem to be involving them in the process. I met them at a very moving Hanukkah vigil.
There's kind of small moments of, let's say, happiness and assurance that everything can happen and we can bring everyone on back, because some of them got back, but besides that, it's really horrible, horrific, not something that I thought that anyone can feel or
That I think it's his wife here that's captured, but there's been a lot of kids that are captured. Imagine your 5-year-old kid, they show these twins and stuff, they're being held captive. Imagine being a parent in a situation like that.
Imagine being a divorced parent in a situation like that where you don't have to pay child support anymore.
That's inappropriate, Crow.
What the fuck, Crow? This is why Crow should be outlawed.
60 days been like for you.
I mean,
Exactly.
outlawed. Sunlight when my grandmother came back home.
What did your grandmother tell you about what it was like for her?
It was very hard, both physically and mentally. And she's
Granny.
survived it. And I really think that we should take everyone back home now. We have no time. They have no time.
There was a very tense meeting between family members and the government. You feel that they're not prioritizing your family?
the bottom line is that we didn't get any feeling that they feel that's their responsibility. We didn't get any feeling that they are doing everything they can. We didn't get any feeling that is first priority. For now, in the situation that our families are in, we are feeling that we should do the negotiation. We should take care of our families because it's not happening otherwise.
We need to see action. We cannot wait anymore. We hear some witnesses from the hostages who just came back, and they are horrible. And we understand that every day that they are there jeopardize their lives. So we need something to happen.
Is there a sense that your family members are somehow more valuable to Hamas?
They are their shield, but for us, it shouldn't matter. I really believe that the Israeli government and the
Well, I think that secondary to their primary purpose or goal is to use them as bargaining chips to get Hamas criminals out of custody by exchange. But I think their primary goal with the hostages is to piss Israel off, so Israel retaliates, kills a bunch of Palestinian citizens, and then it causes this cascade of getting a bunch of other countries involved.
The international community have to demand nothing else but the returning of each and every one of the hostages.
And now we're going into Hanukkah. There's something very sort of symbolic about that. Why it's such a special time.
Right now, I don't feel like it's a special time when they going through Holocaust. I think this is the way to describe what they're going through, Holocaust. So I don't feel like celebrating Hanukkah right now.
And we're in the dark. We're not going to get out of it.
How do you think they're treating, like, my thing is, how do you think a terrorist group goes about caring for toddlers?
They tell the other people. We talked about this before.
I know, but
they would just take a hostage someone to take care of the toddler. You know,
probably.
But maybe we can start, to try to heal the wound. But we're still in this, all of us.
And of course, there are families who have multiple family members.
Sharon Aloni Cuneo, along with her 2 young twins, spent a harrowing 52 days as a Hamas hostage in the Gaza Strip. And in the first interview since her release, she told Reuters her thoughts were now with her husband, David, who is still held captive.
3 days before we were released, they separated David from us. They took him into a different hiding place. And since then, I don't know what is happening to him. The girls are torn. I'm torn. He's been my partner for 10 years. He's my other half and the love of my life. He's the father of my girls.
Imagine, 2 is where you can have some of, your earliest childhood memories. So imagine, they have these very sort of vague glimpses of being held captive there. What if their father never gets out, and the reason why they don't have a daddy is because he died being held captive by, Hamas. And imagine, you just have these kind of vague glimpses of being with daddy in, this, Hamas, bunker.
Mm-hmm.
God. To make your skin crawl.
We're asking every day, where's daddy? Where's daddy? I need to explain to them that he's still there.
Aloni Cuneo was one of 240 people taken hostage on October 7th by Hamas gunmen, who burst through the border with Israel and killed 1,200 people. The militants who attacked her kibbutz set fire to her house and took her away at gunpoint after she climbed out the window. She was taken across the border with her husband David and one of their twins. Their second daughter was held separately in Gaza for 10 days before they were reunited in captivity.
Every minute we're waiting is like a Russian roulette. Will they live through the day or not? And the conditions are difficult. Conditions that no one needs to live in, especially not children or adults without medicine. We saw that many have already lost their lives in captivity, so each moment is critical. And we need to do everything to put the aim of releasing all hostages prior to anything else.
Aloni Cuneo said her group of hostages were held above ground and moved a few times. But with memories still raw and with her husband still inside, she declined to go into details. A 7-day truce saw more than 100 hostages released. The rest are still being held as Israel bombards Gaza, vowing to take out Hamas. According to local health authorities, more than 18,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the start of fighting. Now back at home with her twin 3-year-olds, Julie and Emma, Aloni Cuneo pleads for the remaining 137 hostages to be freed.
There's a lot of families without a father, without a daughter, without a brother, without a grandfather, grandmother, mother. Everyone it's 138 families there. They need to come back now. You have to do everything you can to bring them back now.
To be fair, it's like what she said with the family relation. It's you got to take that number, multiply it by 6, 7, 8 terms of people who are significantly affected by it.
Yeah, babe.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. The United Nations General Assembly is voting today on a resolution calling for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza and the immediate release of all hostages. The vote comes 4 days after the United States vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for a ceasefire to halt Israel's bombardment of Gaza, which has killed over 18,000 Palestinians. Israel says Hamas and other groups in Gaza are still holding 138 hostages. During the 7-day truce in late November, Hamas released 105 hostages in exchange for 240 Palestinian women and children who were held in Israeli prisons. On Monday, relatives of some of the remaining Israeli hostages met with Israeli lawmakers at the Knesset. The Times of Israel reports the families, quote, called for the government to prioritize seeking an agreement for their release through diplomatic channels rather than pressing on with the military offensive in Gaza against Hamas, unquote. Family members are planning to hold a protest outside the Knesset today under the slogan, "The hostages have no time." We're joined right now by Netta Heyman Mina. Her 84-year-old mother, Ditza Heyman, was held hostage in Gaza and freed on November 28th. She'd been kidnapped on October 7th from her home on the kibbutz near Oz, near the border with Gaza, by Hamas. Netta Heyman is joining us from Haifa.
You think they're taking good care of the elders?
She's a member of the Israeli chapter of Women Wage Peace. Netta, welcome to Democracy Now! I'm so sorry under these circumstances. Can you talk about what you're demanding?
We are demanding to release all the hostages. We are demanding from the Israeli government to put a deal on the table. Do not wait to Sinwar to offer a deal. We need the Israeli government to put a deal that will be a painful price. We will need to release a lot of Palestinian prisoners. We will need.
Now America's involved, but America doesn't negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah.
So is America going to negotiate to try to get the what is it? They said there was like 7 or 8 American hostages there.
I hope we do.
So yesterday, 75 people were arrested for blocking the 110 freeway in Los Angeles. The 110 is a massive thoroughfare in Los Angeles. Apparently, it was blocked all the way. I kid you not, from like the 134 to the I-5. That's a crazy distance. And here is what that looked like. These are people who literally decided they were just going to sit in the middle of the freeway. Where the hell are the cops? Remove them. What do the police do for a living? Arrest them and remove them.
So this is more of, you see people engaging in these annoying protests all the time of like protesting anything, like people protesting like those who eat meat, people who protest I don't know, some like marijuana legislation.
Gene,
I mean,
we should go out and find some protests so we could protest the protest. We should protest protesting.
Well, people will do that.
We don't like protesting. We don't like protesting. We could stop the protesting.
And then, Shabisky, we can hire another group to protest our protest of the protest.
Well, they would just join us because we're all against the same thing, protesting.
No. They're protesting us.
You don't know that, Drunken Crow. You don't know that. I think we could work something out. What do you think
You could probably find examples of people who are like anti same-sex marriage protesting by blocking traffic. You could probably find people that like protest against like getting vaccinated that block
What
like
was his
traffic.
argument about this that he made so far?
Well, the point he does, this seems to be a common formula with Ben Shapiro, is that he doesn't like with what we do is we cover videos that are of like all perspectives, all sides. So if there's an issue that involves 2, 3, 4 different parties, we go out of our way to show clips or to show content that goes over like all of the like everyone's perspective. With him, it's just like, hey, look at these stupid liberals. Look at these people who are anti like that are anti-Semites and stuff, and it's like, look at them doing stupid stuff. And it's selective journalism.
It's a silly way of making content in general, other than like us being like, I'll get drunk and watch them and point and laugh or whatever. It's not so serious, but he's supposed to be some sort of intellectual that's looked up to by millions and stuff, and
by a bunch of conservatives.
And it's like, that's like the most childish way to go about finding content to criticize. For me, Gene just picks out a bunch of stuff, and I just sit here and randomly see stuff, and if you could always do that where you just find the worst examples of what a Democrat is or what a Republican is and keep watching only those, making and going on about how Republicans are this way. I'm tired. Like, I don't know why people aren't smart enough to understand how childish of a way of thinking that is. It's like that,
Well, yeah.
like this is a minority. These people sitting in the street doing this shit. This is a tiny little minority of people.
Republicans, it's a minority.
Huh?
Even amongst Republicans, I'd say it's a minority.
Yeah, it's the same. It goes both ways because.
Well, yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's just this kind. And what he does is he never shows like statistics. If you want to make an argument that this is something that's getting worse with this group or this generation, then show like a sort of like larger set of data than just one anecdote that shows that, okay, yeah, this is on a rise. There's an increase in cases of this happening and so forth. And he never does that.
It's like the people like Ben Shapiro do really good at being some sort of like intellectual speaker or whatever.
He knows that what he's doing is bullshit.
Maybe even he knows, but it's really telling
how stupid his audience is.
It goes to show how stupid the world is, or the population. For the most part or whatever, they're not smart enough to know what's smart to watch. They're not smart enough to understand what's smart.
They're too stupid to see through like what exactly he's doing.
Yeah, they're too stupid to understand that this Ben Shapiro constantly makes horrible arguments and stuff, and he's not some like it's just like fucking the dude with the beanie that we just watched recently. He's really pop. Yeah, it's like they're like children, like mentally speaking, that they think at the same level as some kid I hang out with in middle school or something. They're not some smart people.
I think Tim Pool is kind of stupid when it comes to his rhetoric. He doesn't really have constructive things to say. I think Steven Crowder and like Ben Shapiro, they know that they're being dishonest. They know that they're pandering to like conservatives, and they know that they can get away with it. Yeah, like I think they're pieces of shit. I think Steven Crowder is just kind of a sociopathic douchebag. He's a misogynist. He doesn't mind being racist and shit. He'll hide, like he'll use, I don't know, like ways to get around being like a completely overt racist or bigot. But I think that that's the point, is that he knows that he's being dishonest. He just doesn't care. And he knows that he can cover things in this kind of selective manner. And it's the same thing with like Ben Shapiro. I think Ben Shapiro is on the opposite end. I don't necessarily think Ben Shapiro is really like a racist or whatever, but I think he's kind of a classist. I think he kind of likes his money, like shilling for the corporations. And I think that's Ben Shapiro's thing. He's a scumfuck in that direction, where he panders to the conservatives because that's the party that likes to like cut the 1% a break and everything. And he is a 1% shill because he's in the 1%, and that's what he's doing. And I think both parties know that they're full of shit. And when you watch Steven Crowder, it's the same thing. It's just selective journalism galore. Let's look at this. It's a 10-minute video. Let's look at how stupid the liberals are. Let's look at this one anecdote of shit that happens all the fucking time. It's like, no shit. A bunch of like rowdy protesters. This has been going on all throughout the 20th century. People protesting all sorts of shit. Why is this relevant? And it's like, if I'm going to cover protests surrounding a certain issue like the Israeli-Hamas war, the conflict going on now, I'm going to show multiple different protests, and I'm going to go into detail to discuss like, okay, like how people are in a Borg, and when they were like raiding the airport to go after like the Israelis that were like on the planes, that, yeah, it's stupid for all sides to be doing this. Let people, if you want to sit there and protest, like, and share your opinion and speak out against the opposing side, fine. But I'll sit there and be like, hey, look, here's a group of people supporting Israel, attacking, like, people supporting Palestine. They shouldn't do that. Here's people supporting Palestine. They shouldn't attack the ones that are supporting Israel. And then I'll also present the nuance of like, okay, are these protests even like productive? And it's like, also, are people just protesting because it's just like political football? He doesn't go into any of that nuance. It's just, here's people being rowdy. Yeah, see, this is the left.
Yeah, Drunken Crow, you gonna say something?
Just want to point out someone on the other that does the same exact thing as Crowder and Shapiro on the other side of the political spectrum is Hassan Piker. Like he's the nephew of, I think his name is Cenk Turek or something like that from the Young Turks.
Cenk Uygur.
Yeah, whatever. But he does the exact same thing. He knows what he's doing, and he fucking just covers the same shit.
We're on Twitch.
Oh my god. Okay.
I don't care.
Okay. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah.
I don't know. You weren't really in the process of saying anything.
I don't know. Like, to me, like that level of like, I don't know. We need to watch more, but that level of like picking out the worst stuff, so you could, like that. Like
We've already said this.
So you can be like, yeah, that's a liberal. Haha, the liberals are dumb. That's like some like Scotty level dumb shit to me. Like, I don't know. That's just so fucking dumb. And it's funny because Ben Shapiro is somebody who's like represented, like he's presented as somebody that's like smart and well put together and not a big
circle shad.
Big dumbass. Like, I was comparing it to Scotty. That's not going in circles.
I guess.
Well, you know what I really wanted to
there will be
compare
civilians
it
who start taking matters.
was that guy
the point is it's childish. It's stupid.
Well, you remember the that guy that we covered where he kind of reminded us of Scotty. He was a streamer. And we catch his live.
Yeah, the dude bro guy.
Yeah, to me, it's like his level of like being political is finding content like that to be like, oh, look,
those are the kind of people that probably watch Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder.
Yeah. I mean, they think
that's their audience. Yeah.
Matters into their own hands because it turns out that people have jobs to do, they have work to do, and things to do, and they don't need a bunch of morons stopping their day. Meanwhile, a group of Biden administration staffers calling for a ceasefire is now standing outside the White House. And they put out in candles the words ceasefire. Oh, that's so nice. None of them are calling for Hamas to surrender, of course. The Biden administration should fire all of them.
If Democrats, if all Democrats thought about doing that stuff and they're all like that, then people wouldn't be able to drive anywhere. Like, there would be constantly Democrats blocking the roads and stuff. It's like, no, I'm sorry.
Well, if it's a significant issue, then what he should do if he's engaging in, I guess, decent journalism would be like, and this is an ongoing issue. Here's some data from like the 90s to show just how like common police were.
It's just an anecdotal situation with 3 people that got on the road. Like, who cares? Fuck them. It's just as stupid as people who want to point out the political beliefs of like some shooter that just did a school shooting or something like that. Or shot up someplace. It's like they were a Republican. They were a Democrat, by the way. It's like that doesn't fucking matter. When was that?
All the ones that aren't. Yeah, and you'll have idiots that do that, like the one that was trans, and it's like pretty much like all the other ones weren't trans, so it's just okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you have so many school shooters. Eventually, one's going to be trans.
Yeah, it's like when it's a white straight male. It's like we're not gonna sit there and be like, oh, look, all white straight males are this way or something, because that would be fucking stupid. Act like that.
Well, people will do that.
There are stupid. Yeah, there are people that go that direction.
Guaranteed white male.
Yeah.
But
look
it's
at that
also
look
like,
on Ben Shapiro's face right now.
Adam Lanza, the kid who shot up Sandy Hook, he had autism, and they were like talking about like autism being like part of it, and I think autism maybe had a connection. And it's like when there's dozens and dozens of school shooters, and one happens to be on the spectrum when it's something like 150-something people have autism, that's just numbers. Eventually, one of them is going to have autism. It's like
everything about them is a factor to why they became what they are. But what matters is what are big factors. Is that a big factor? Like it and why they did what they did. because like everything in their life was a factor that helped lead up to.
They breathed oxygen.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Everything was a factor, but in some sort of way. But there's things that are actually had a big, made a big difference in it and stuff. And that
Scott, you're the executive branch. If the executive branch of the government can't fire a bunch of staffers who are openly disobeying what the policy is supposed to be, what exactly is the executive branch good for? I've got a holiday gift idea that's sure to make you the hero of the season. Now, we all know the holidays can be a little bit hectic. The shopping, cooking, never ending list of all the things to do.
Here's him showing it. To be fair, if we get to the point where
how small
we get enough,
is this
we're going to be doing. Apparently, his height is pretty short. He's below average height.
Have you seen pictures of his sister?
I've seen her before.
It was really funny because there was like
third of the video is an ad. Or wait,
that single holiday fair. Elevate your fees with Good Ranchers this year. Good Ranchers is America's
only
Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research. Meet delivered. Meanwhile, while all these people are calling for a ceasefire and suggesting a quote-unquote two-state solution, a new poll has emerged. This from the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, which is based in Ramallah, which of course is in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. Quote, we asked the respondents what they thought of Hamas.
And one of the things he said earlier is that, they don't call for Hamas to surrender. It's like, well, them not saying that outright, like he said that, with the candles, they spelled out like a call for peace or like something about a ceasefire. And it's like, why does that equate to them thinking that it wouldn't be good if they surrendered? It's like the logic is, hey, they did not say that they think it's bad to bash people's heads in with hammers. They didn't communicate 100% of their views by communicating this one thing. And it's just, are you showing footage of them interviewing them? Hey, do you think Hamas should step down and surrender? Do you think that would be a good thing? I would put my poker chips on if they interviewed them, they'd be like, yeah, that's good. Like, the war would completely end and stuff if they completely surrendered, and then everyone can go home and the hostages can be freed. I don't think they'd argue that that's a bad thing. So the logic is them advocating for a ceasefire equates to them not thinking that it would be good if Hamas surrendered.
Decision to launch the October 7th offensive, given its outcome so far. A vast majority said it was a correct decision. 72% of Palestinians overall liked the October 7th quote-unquote offensive. 82% in the West Bank and 57% in the Gaza Strip. That's an astonishing number. So
look at how they've been like treated throughout. Like, we went over that PowerPoint slide of how Israel, they were not a group of people that had like residency there, at least for thousands of years prior to like Britain partitioning that land out. And they've steadily been losing more and more of their land. And I mean, a lot of the violence is due to the fact that they bought up so much land. The Palestinians didn't have land for trade, for agriculture, and so forth. These people that they've been living there for, their families have been living there for generations, were just forced to relocate. So, okay, are they in the right for having that attitude of like, yeah, those damn Israelis deserved it? It's like, no, they clearly are misguided, but it's the same thing with like the president of Israel saying that they all deserve to die. They should all be held to some level of accountability. They're being angry and vindictive. Like, you see Israelis doing the same thing. You saw Americans doing it after 9/11. It's like, yeah, they deserve the airstrikes. Yeah. There's people making the argument it serves them right, what Israel's doing. So it's the same kind of mentality. It's this ongoing dispute from both sides, tragedies, war crimes on all ends. And it's like, again, that's what happens when people get vindictive, whether they're Israeli, whether they're Palestinian, whether they're American, Russian, whatever. People love to think in extreme black and white sort of templates when they're angry. And people tend to play that all or nothing, fuck them, I hope they all die. That's where people's minds start to go when they're on the receiving end of some tragedy.
Remember, these are the moderates. These are the moderates. This notion that it was only in the Gaza Strip that radicalization had taken place because it was a quote-unquote open-air prison. Nope. It turns out that only 57% of people in the Gaza Strip are pro. Maybe that's because they feel the impact of when you declare a war and then get your asses kicked. But back in the West Bank, it turns out that you got an 82% approval rate for actual, honest-to-God, horrific terror attacks, including mass sexual assault. Those are the people Israel is supposed to be making concessions to, apparently. It's got to be.
Now, he said like 82% like approval rate, and he says that like, oh, like it like Gaza is like an open air prison. It's like, well, you look at like that image we showed of the West Bank where it's divided into dozens of different enclaves that are all like littered throughout these illegal like Israeli settlements, and they have to go through all of these sorts of like they have to go through all of these military checkpoints, which is a big hindrance to their like day-to-day routine. I mean, it sucks that they think that, but you see people do this all the time of all demographics across the globe, playing that stupid in-group outcry, and they are out of line there. They are being stupid, but people are fucking stupid. And you see all groups, no matter what the ethnicity is, just being fucking stupid. There's a dispute between two countries. People look at the other side like they're a Borg and they're a hive mind, that black and white gross oversimplification.
It remains a source of enormous astonishment to any moral person how anyone can be declaring a moral equivalence between these two sides. And the media continue to put the emphasis on this idea that the real problem here is that Netanyahu and the Israeli administration aren't pursuing a two-state solution. Again, I have to say, it is incredible to me how the media's initial response to evil terrorist assault.
And is he going to show statistics on like what Israelis think in terms of like the casualties, the airstrikes and so forth, and all the civilian casualties in Gaza? Because I'm going to put my poker chips there on there's probably at 50, 60, 70 something percent of their population that are like, yeah, they deserve it. Serves them right. So he's going to show data on like what the average like Israeli citizen thinks compared to what the average like Palestinian citizen thinks.
Is, but shouldn't we give the terrorists what they want? It's like Osama bin Laden hits the World Trade Centers. And he says, I want all American troops out of the Middle East. And our immediate response is, shouldn't we give him a listen? Maybe we should just remove our airbase in Saudi Arabia. Probably. I mean, bin Laden did say so.
And we've seen quotes from high officials from Israel that have stated that they're subhuman, that they deserve to die.
What? Maybe we should give the Taliban more military aid. What? I don't understand. When people commit the worst human rights.
Oh my God, he's sitting there like, oh my God, like that would be crazy if we did that to Osama bin Laden. We're doing that with Benjamin like Netanyahu. We're doing that with all these Israeli officials that have made the same kind of remarks that Osama bin Laden made. This is more of like selective journalism, tunnel visioning onto like examples of the opposing side. Oh my God, look at what like Gaza and Israel is saying and everything. And it's like the Israeli government have been saying the same kind of horrific shit.
Cities of all time, at least in the modern era. Why are you then attempting to give them the thing that they want? And we know this is called appeasement, but it's appeasement at such an extraordinary level that it's almost beyond measure. And at least the policy of World War II, pre-World War II appeasement, was based not on military invasion with mass death. The annexation of the Sudetenland, for example, was a fairly bloodless annexation. And that was still appeasement, and it was still bad. Here, you're talking about appeasing a group that literally just performed a terrorist attack that is the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. And you're like, but shouldn't you give them the thing that they desire most? Shouldn't you try to make a deal with the Palestinian Authority? This is what the Biden administration is pushing. It's also what the Wall Street Journal non-editorial page is pushing. For those who don't know, the Wall Street Journal editorial page, very good.
When we're talking about making a deal, I think that, yeah, they're evil human beings for what they did. It's like what they did was horrific, but when it comes to making a deal to have hostages released, I think that that's kind of the exception to the rule when it comes to making deals with criminals and making deals with terrorists. It's like, even if like, okay, like you're giving bad guys what they want, I'd rather have innocent people go free and not die. So I'm sorry, but the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
What if the few is just
Wall Street Journal
me
newspaper
and
garbage.
you?
Absolute horse crap.
Okay, then the many don't matter.
Like further left than the New York Times, actually. So according to the Wall Street Journal, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is betting his political survival on opposing a Palestinian Authority role in post-war Gaza and blocking the emergence of any Palestinian state, a move that has put him directly at odds with President Biden. Support for Netanyahu and his right-wing government has tanked since October 7th. His response has been to double down on his opposition to a two-state solution of the sort envisioned by the Oslo Accords. So the idea here is that this is some sort of political maneuver by Netanyahu. But I'm just wondering, why? How? Do you think Benny Gantz is in favor of concessions to the Palestinian Authority these days? Again, a member of the opposition who's now in the unity government.
How?
In fact, you may notice, actually, that in the entirety of this article, there is no actual quote from Benny Gantz talking about a supposed two-state solution. In fact, the only people they can find to talk about the so-called two-state solution are the moronic left-wingers who created Oslo in the first place. People like Merav Michaeli, the leader of the Labour Party, which is not even represented.
Israel signed off on the Oslo Agreement, so they're not following through with it. So the point is that why'd they sign off on it if it's so fucking stupid and idiotic?
In the Knesset right now because they have such a low count of seats. There is no Israeli support for Palestinian Authority control of Gaza. So what exactly, they're saying Netanyahu is doing this because he's a right-wing extremist trying to politically maneuver? According to a new poll by Hebrew University in Jerusalem, 7% of Israelis agree that the Palestinian Authority should control Gaza. Why? Because the Palestinian Authority is a terror group. They actively pay terrorists. As part of Palestinian Authority law, if you kill a Jew, you are paid a stipend by Palestinian Authority. It's just, the West's unwillingness to look evil directly in the face and recognize what it is remains a source of great astonishment and should be consternation to those who have half a brain. Are you tired of the lies and the twist of the mainstream media talking points?
Oh, the lies.
What about the last thing he just
facts.
said?
You go to him for the truths.
What about the last thing
Join me in my
he
newest
said,
series,
Gene?
Facts. Right?
I want you to respond to what the last fact he said. I want you to respond to it. Play it back. You have to respond to it.
Directly in the face and recognize what it is
No.
remains a source of great astonishment. Palestinian Authority should control Gaza. Why? Because the Palestinian Authority is a terror group. They actively pay terrorists. As part of Palestinian Authority law, if you kill a Jew, you are paid a stipend by Palestinian Authority. It's just, the West's unwillingness to look evil directly in the face and recognize what it is.
Respond, Gene.
I don't know if that's the case, but they pay them a stipend or not. But yeah, I'm starting to crash now.
Damn liberal, libtard. You wouldn't.
Palestinian Authority should control Gaza. Why?
It's 2 a.m.
Because
where I am.
the Palestinian Authority is a terror group. They actively pay terrorists. Israeli support for Palestinian Authority control of Gaza. So what exactly, they're saying Netanyahu is doing this because he's a right-wing extremist trying to politically maneuver? According to a new poll by Hebrew University in Jerusalem, 7% of Israelis agree that the Palestinian Authority should control Gaza. Why? Because the Palestinian Authority is a terror group. They actively pay terrorists. As part of Palestinian Authority law, if you kill a Jew, you are paid a stipend by Palestinian Authority.
I don't think that's true.
So he says,
I'm gonna look into this.
Skep says, yeah, not entirely true.
So what's
entirely?
Contrary to public opinion, and I mean like public opinion in the media, because public opinion is very pro-Israel. The media seems to believe the best move for Joe Biden on Israel.
Video.
Well, anyway, I gave people 4 hours. I'm falling asleep, so
I'm
thinking maybe, yeah, we'll do another stream before the Rick and Morty stream tomorrow. And apparently, it's their finale.
Oh, there's an episode dropping tomorrow?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Oh, I wasn't sure if there was gonna
every Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't know how many episodes were to this season. I don't know.
The last one wasn't their finale. That would have been a pretty.
I didn't see it.
You didn't watch any of them.
I'm busy sending people to the watch party.
And we also need to do another patron stream. So what movie should we watch for the patrons?
Sophie's Choice.
Yes.
No, I'm saying Sophie should choose the movie.
Yeah.
Barbie.
I don't know. There's some good movies you guys said before that I wanted to watch and we didn't, but now I don't remember.
What do you mean? Well, for the movie commentary, it's supposed to be very odd, bizarre, or really bad movies to do commentary on. So they're not supposed to really be well-made films.
You're a well-made film. Gene, when are me and you gonna make a film? Better do this,
when
Gene.
AI gets good enough where you press a few buttons and they make the movie for you.
Gene,
stop you just give it 3 prompts.
Stop being lazy,
And we're
Gene.
we're not far off from that happening. That's the thing. If you're the kind of person where it's like, I want to be a filmmaker someday, I'm going to go to film school. It's like chances are in like 6, 7, 8 years, by the time you're finished film school and you're ready to film, it's like, oh, here's a program where you just give it a few prompts and it makes a movie for you.
Wasn't there a big deal before Bruce Willis finally quit acting or retired from acting, and he like signed his rights to his likeness away so they could just like AI or like use his face in movies?
Probably did that, and I mean, one of the things is like he starred in a shit ton of movies, like the last like before he retired, like the last 6-7 years, and it was to generate as much like revenue as he could for his family. So I mean, it's like whatever. If you're gonna die, I mean, selling your likeness to a movie, that's a good way to get more money in your pocket. It's like what the fuck ever. You're gonna be dead soon. Oh, Google deleted his comment. It says they don't just pay people to unalive the
Okay, so
if you unalive enough of them, they pay for your college.
Bad, but what's a good like Skeppy? What's a movie we should watch for the patron movie night? And we usually watch 2 movies.
What movie?
But I'm gonna end it right away.
Timmy.
Ex Machina.
Machina.
Big Trouble in Little China.
I think that's German, the Machina thing.
What about Teeth?
No. Yeah, I watched that, and when I was younger, I don't know when it came out. I was like probably like 14 when I watched it or something like that. And it didn't really make me scared. It was just like, what the fuck is this?
I've seen it before.
Machina, that's a fairly recent film, I think. Isn't that like a movie about the like not the AI? She's like a cybernetic and everything. That's a good movie. We need like cheese and
Scooby, you dumb bitch. Get with it, Scooby, motherfucker.
Well, I've already seen Ex Machina.
You bitch, Scooby.
Well, anyway,
Scooby sucks.
Upgrade is another good movie, but I don't know.
Upgrade.
Anything else to say, Shab?
I think of you guys while I pee.
You gotta love how Shab always just has nothing but the most substantive things to say on stream.
See? Yeah. That's why they call me the greatest, right?
I gotta make sure to only make comments like this the next time we do high crime, or the next time we do like,
shut up. You ruined one of my high crimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
You ruined like several of my streams.
No, I've never ruined anything. Skabibi will tell you I add to streams because I'm amazing. Okay? You purposefully trolled the shit out of him. Just stop it. Alright. Alright. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Poop and pee.